And there we go. Okay, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to SideOfTheMoon.com. I'm Joe Dumont, one of the many hosts that we have here, and that's such a blessing to be able to say that we have many hosts here. Somber was talking about, before we turn the recording on here, we have other things going on here as well. And Somber was talking about going to Montreal and being, hang on. Can you guys hear that?
No.
I can hear.
Okay, I've got feedback here coming big time in my ears. How do I stop this?
You're not live anymore either. Oh no, you are. Never mind.
Oh, there we go. I'm not live. Yeah, I'm live.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I do
There
hear
we
the
go.
feedback though.
I got it. I got rid of it. Okay, we're on again. We were in Montreal. When I first started this walk in 1981, I tried to prove the Sabbath was wrong. And then I started to attend in Toronto at the Worldwide Church of God. And I attended there for about 3 weeks in Toronto. And it was nice. It was interesting. But then I got this job in Trois-Rivières. And so I went down there and I was about to quit the Sabbath and go into church. Because it was conflicting with my 7-day-a-week job. And then the battle began with me and my conscience. Do I keep the Sabbath? Do I work in the Sabbath? What do I do? I got the mortgage, the kids, the bills, and what do I do? What do I do? The people in Montreal made me so welcome, as Somber was saying. They made me feel so good to be a part of that community. And I dare say if it wasn't for them, I probably would have left and may not even be here today, just because of the hospitality and generosity that they showed me. It was coming up to Shavuot, and I meant I had to take 2 days off of work in a row. So I did. And they housed me in Montreal and they made me feel part of the whole celebration. And it was so strange, but so nice. But that was what made me stay. And then the rules got changed at work and the Sabbath was no longer a question, and it just worked out. So again, the hospitality thing that Montreal did for me and what Somber was just talking about here now, bravo to those people. And I hope we can do that here. I may not always be the nicest guy to get along with, but I hope we do that here. I hope you do feel welcome, even though we may argue once in a while. Okay, so with that little bit, let's Brian start with the opening prayer here today.
Amen. Yehovah, we thank you for this special day, the day that we set aside, that you set aside for us, that we honor the Queen's Day, the day for your bride. You draw us from all four corners of the earth, Father, to worship, to discuss, to midrash, to sing praises and pray unto you. Thank you for this opportunity. May we not take this opportunity for granted. May we look to you, and may your conversation be on our lips. May your words be spoken, be sweet as unto you. In Yeshua's name I pray. Amen.
Amen. And so we're going to do the Torah portion. We're going to do that today. So, just if you're new, just so you know what we do. We don't talk about conspiracies. We don't allow, when I start to hear it, I cut you off. We're going to talk about Torah. And we're going to talk about everything related to Torah and around Torah. And that's what we're going to do. And we may not agree on everything. In fact, we may strongly disagree on some subjects. And that's all right. You are allowed to disagree. And you're allowed to contribute to the conversation here. But at the end of the day, at the end of this meeting, we still have to love each other. So that's one of the rules. You got to love it. And if you can't do that, don't talk. So that's just one of the rules. You just got to be able to love each other at the end of the meeting. So Let me just check here. And yeah, okay. So let's dive into it. Am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, I know what I'm missing. Yeah,
Blessing of the readers.
Sabra is going to read the blessing of the reader. That's right.
Okay. I got to get my list here. Okay. He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Glenn, Sombra, Shane, Danny, Yvette, Ella, and Kim, because they shall come to raise the Torah, and because they shall come to re-roll the Torah. As a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is He, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may He send blessing and success in their every endeavor, together with all Israel, their brethren. And now let us respond. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, I still feel like I'm forgetting something else, but that's okay. It comes with the age. We'll remember it tomorrow or next week, whenever. We're going to start with Exodus chapter 32, or no, Exodus chapter 23, and Glenn's going to do that for us today.
Good morning, Shabbat Shalom. Exodus Shemoth 23. Do not bring a false report. Do not put your hand with the wrong to be a malicious witness. Do not follow a crowd to do evil, nor bear witness in a strife, so as to turn aside after many, to turn aside what is right. And do not favor a poor man in his strife. When you meet your enemy's ox or his donkey go astray, you shall certainly return it to him. When you see the donkey of him who hates you lying under its burden, you shall refrain from leaving it to him. You shall certainly help him. Do not turn aside the right ruling of your poor in his strife. Keep yourself far from a false matter, and do not kill the innocent and the righteous, for I do not declare the wrong right. Do not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the seeing one and twists the words of the righteous. And do not oppress a sojourner, as you yourselves know the heart of a sojourner, because you were sojourners in the land of Mizraim. But for 6 years you are to sow your land and shall gather its increase. But the 7th year you are to let it rest and leave it, and the poor of your people shall eat, and what they leave, the beasts of the field eat. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive yard. 6 days you are to do your work, and on the 7th day you rest, in order that your ox and your donkey might rest, and the son of your female servant and the sojourner be refreshed. And in all that I have said to you, take heed, and make no mention of the name of other mighty ones. Let it not be heard from your mouth. 3 times in the year you are to celebrate a festival to me. Guard the festival of Matzot. 7 days you eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, at the time appointed in the new moon of Abib. For in it you came out of Mizraim, and do not appear before me empty-handed. And the festival of the harvest, the first fruits of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the festival of ingathering at the outgoing of the year, when you have gathered in the fruit of your labors from the field. 3 times in the year all your males are to appear before the Master Jehovah. Do not slaughter the blood of my slaughtering with leavened bread, and the fat of my festival shall not remain until morning. Bring the first of the first fruits of your land into the house of Jehovah, your Elohim. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. See, I am sending a messenger before you to guard you in the way, and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Be on guard before him and obey his voice. Do not rebel against him, for he is not going to pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you diligently obey his voice and shall do all that I speak, then I shall be an enemy to your enemies and a distresser to those who distress you. For my messenger shall go before you and shall bring you into the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I shall cut them off. Do not bow down to their mighty ones, nor serve them, nor do according to their works, but without fail overthrow them, and without fail break down their pillars. And you shall serve Jehovah your Elohim, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I shall remove sickness from your midst. None shall miscarry or be barren in your land. I shall fill the number of your days. I shall send my fear before you and cause confusion among all the people to whom you come, and make all your enemies turn their backs to you. And I shall send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before you. I shall not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become a waste and the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. Little by little, I shall drive them out before you until you have increased and you inherit the land. And I shall set your border from the Sea of Reeds to the Sea of the Philistines, and from the wilderness to the river, for I shall give the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. Do not make a covenant with them, nor with their mighty ones. Let them not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me when you serve their mighty ones, when it becomes a snare to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. There's a bunch here to unpack. It seems some of it may seem straightforward. There's a few things that I've got questions about. Glenn, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, right off the bat, when I was reading, I don't know if y'all noticed, it said, number 3, and do not favor a poor man in strife. And then it said it again in 6, do not turn aside the right ruling of your poor in his strife. You know, there's a theme there, I see. Not to oppress anyone, period. And that's that love your brother as yourself part.
So we have in the Philippines brethren who have property, and a rich guy bought the property next door and then they built a concrete wall for a fence, and they built the concrete wall right through our brother's property. And by doing that, they are taking possession of the property, and then they have to go to court and they have to fight for that. The trouble is the rich guy's got lots of money to spend in the court, and the brother doesn't. He's actually struggling just to make ends meet. Now he's got to take on this big rich guy and fight him in court. This is what this scripture is talking about here. How is that fair? How do we do that today? How do you provide justice for the poor guy in our day today? How would you do that?
You know, sadly, that happens all the time, all around you. The rich people oppress the little and the unfortunate. And it makes it so those that don't have the funds, like you said, they can't afford it. They give up. They say, here, take it. And that's oppressing your poor. And how do you deal with it? I don't know. It's not a perfect world like it should be.
Yeah. When you read it, there's a bunch of things jumped out at me. I don't know if I want to cover them all today. We might not get anything else done. But yeah, that was one of the things I thought of.
Well, I completely agree with Glenn. Don't oppress the poor. But then the very next verse, in verse 5, says not to oppress even your animals. So if you see a donkey of someone that you hate, you're not allowed to oppress the donkey because you hate somebody else. The donkey matters. The donkey gets a Sabbath rest. The donkey gets provision and protection. The donkey matters to Jehovah. All creation gets a Sabbath rest. So in verse 11 and 12, it says, and in the seventh, you shall leave it untended and and the destitute of your people shall eat. So,
Samba, you froze up there. We missed about 2 sentences, what you said there.
okay, sorry, the wind is coming. So we have to take care of the poor, the destitute, but we also have to take care of the animals, because it says even that you shall leave it untended and unharvested, and the destitute of your people shall eat, and the wildlife of the field shall eat what is left. And then in verse 12, it says, 6 days shall you accomplish your activities, and on the seventh day you shall desist, so that your ox and your donkey may be content. So when on the seventh day of creation, when Jehovah rested from creating, Jehovah gets a Shabbat. But he gets a Shabbat from creation, from creating, but he also gives a Shabbat to his whole creation, whether it's a Shabbat day or whether it's a Shabbat year, or if it's a Shabbat millennial, all of creation, because he cares about everything. He cares about even the hairs on your head. And if we are created in his image, you know, even those animals are a part of his image. Even the beasts, they're a part of who God is. And so the Torah applies to them too. They get a Shabbat. And what you said was, how do we apply this across the world? Well, that's the problem. When you don't recognize Jehovah, you are part of creation, but you're not even recognizing and you're not recognizing the Creator. You're not recognizing what he created, and you're not taking the Sabbath rest. You're not getting the rest. And so you get sicknesses from it. And it's on your head. It's not on God's head. He offered it to you.
So I wanted to jump on that sickness part, verse 25. But there's a bunch of other I want to jump on too. If you're sick, if you catch a cold, if you catch a flu, if you get sick, verse 25. So you shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. If we're sick, or we just had COVID, we just had, we got a measles outbreak now. All these things are going on.
So I think
what should that tell us?
I think the very fact that we have viruses and bacteria that make us sick, it is evidence that there's sin in the world. But I don't think that means that necessarily I have sinned because I get a cold. However, there are other
Is that not what hang on, is that not what this is saying there?
Just give me a second. However, there are other sicknesses where it is directly related to my sin or my generational curse. So I have hypertension. It's a generational curse that I got from my parents. It is something that I need to repent of, or I need to break the generational curse. But sometimes you don't always get away from the consequence of the sin. My job is to stop the sin so that my children and my grandchildren and my
great-grandchildren
don't get the hypertension.
Okay.
And so, yes, sin causes sicknesses. There's a strong correlation between sin and sicknesses, but it's not always directly that one person. Sometimes it's just sin in the world. Sometimes it's sin in the family, and sometimes it's your own sin.
Okay, I'm going to throw it to Ryan here next, and let me ask this question at the same time. If sickness is sin, should we be getting pills to fix our sins? Ryan. Ryan, you got your mic on? I don't know where he went.
Did Ryan run away from that question? Sorry, Ryan.
Okay,
Okay. Can you hear me now?
there you go. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, I had to switch my mic. No, I think that's just the medications are just a patch to try to kick the can of sin down the road a little bit further, so I can have my sin and my pill too. But the question that I was going to ask is related to the verse 10 about the Sabbath year. In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and thy olive yard. But in a day like this, how do we do that? Like, I don't have a vineyard, I don't have a land that I till. How can I be obedient to this command in this day and age?
Well, I am sure glad somebody asked me that question. Brian, did you eat today?
Yes.
Or Ryan, I'm sorry, I called you Brian.
Yeah.
Brian,
Yes.
did you eat today? Did you eat
I
this
did.
week? Did you eat all this year? So part of the commandment is you're told at this time is to store up in the 6th year and have enough food to last you until the actually the start of the 8th year, into the 8th year. So you have the 7th and the 8th, and then the barley shows up again in the 9th. So again, it's actually the 9th year, but you're supposed to have enough food stored up. That's what you can do. You may have just a little apartment, you don't have any grass or any garden, but that's what you can do. But there's another part of this that you can also do. It's the forgiveness of debts. You write off the other person's debt, that somebody who owes you money.
Yeah.
Now, I actually had to do this, and I really did not want to do that because the guy really annoyed me. And but I wrote him and told him his debt was forgiven. Guess what happened? I never lacked for money. I never lacked for a job. I never lacked for well-paying jobs. I was blessed much more than that, whatever that was, $3,000, whatever that was back then. That was a long time ago. That was a lot of money back then. But there's also that you can do. So there's not just letting the land rest. Letting the land rest is for all the country, all the farmers, everybody. Doing it at the right time is also important. But there's also, what do you do before that? In the 6th year, you take care of the widows and the poor. What do you do in the 3rd year of the same sabbatical cycle? You take care of the widows and the poor. So knowing the sabbatical cycles gets you in sync or in harmony with Jehovah and taking care of, so as Sombra just said, the donkeys, making sure that they're taken care of, the animals, making sure the poor are taken care of and the widows are taken care of, making sure the economy is taken care of. Then that makes sure that everybody is taken care of. And if that is done, I wonder how many poor we would have. You might be poor, but you make $100,000 a year and everyone else is making $200,000. Well, I would like to be that type of poor, right? That'd be an interesting thing. So just because you live in an apartment, don't have a farm, does not mean that this law here does not apply to you. And I want to point out that in this covenant, so we're still reading the covenant here at Mount Sinai.
Yeah.
And this is all part of it. In chapter 24, we're all going to say, I do. But already we've had 2 indications here, in chapter 21, verse 2, talking about the sabbatical year and the Hebrew slave. And now in chapter 23, again, talking about the sabbatical year and obeying it. So we got all our books are revolve around this subject. And if you want to know more about it, remembering the sabbatical year of 2016 answers every question that is out there about this subject. The Stones Cry Out Part 1 and Part 2 help you to prove it more than the 2016 book does. Now we have more facts now than we did then.
Mm-hmm.
You good with that?
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, Ella.
I think I can relate to this verse to Exodus 15:26. If you diligently heed the voice of Jehovah your God and do what is right in his sight, give ear to his commandments and keep all his statutes, I will put none of the diseases on you which I have brought on the Egyptians, for I am Jehovah who heals you. And in this verse 25, it says, and you shall serve Jehovah your God, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. In that I see, bless your bread and your water. That means that you need to be obedient to his kosher laws, you want to call that, on the clean and the unclean. You need to be eating correctly. That's how he will bless us, when we're walking in obedience to him. And I know we never learned that when most of us were growing up in the church. We ate whatever. But now that we know, I think we're obligated to be sure that what we eat is what he deems as correct for us to eat. That's the only way we can have his provision of blessing. Yes, it doesn't mean we necessarily sin, kill, steal, whatever, but in not obeying his commandment to eat correctly, then my feeling is, if I don't eat the way he tells me to, then I have no right to go to him and ask for his healing in my life, because I'm not doing what he said to do. But in his mercy, he does heal when we repent and go to him. But I see here, he's telling us, I'll bless your bread, that's all your food, that's all that you eat, and your water, what you drink, if you will obey me, if you will walk in obedience to my word.
Pretty strong words, Ella. But yeah, I agree. I agree. Glenn.
Today, let me say this, today it's really hard for us because if we're not growing our own food and know exactly what we're getting, we don't know what we're getting. If you can go to a restaurant, you have no clue how they fixed or what was beyond what they feed you at the table. So we have to be real careful about that too. We don't think about it a lot. We just assume it's going to be okay, but it's not always. I've been to a restaurant with my grandchildren when they were first learning, what I was doing and stuff. And they say, hey, Granny, taste this. This is really good. And so I take a bite of it, and then they laugh and say it had pork in it. I said, why would you do that to me? Just because it tastes good doesn't mean that it's good for you. Anyway.
Yep. Okay, Glenn.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback back on, I think it was Ryan who mentioned the sabbatical stuff. There's 3 prohibitions. 3. Do not sow, do not prune, do not reap. And of course, those are the devil's in the details on those, which you can learn, as he said, on his book.
Explain each one of those, Glenn, so people know what you're talking about. Good
Sure.
points.
Because number one, that rest is a land rest. It's not a people rest, it's a land rest. And so do not reap would mean do not harvest and store or sell. You can take of what comes of itself as it comes, for say, like, you can go out, pick apples for 2-3 days, make a pie, eat it, don't freeze it, don't store it for another time. That's harvesting or reaping.
What about a privet hedge? It's got no fruit on it.
A privet hedge is that's outside of it, because we're talking plants that produce. So in my case, I do landscaping, and that's a different response. That's a different thing altogether.
Well, so in my case, I didn't do landscape, but I did my own property, and in the sabbatical year, I made sure that a privet hedge got trimmed up in year 6.
I do the same thing, exactly.
And I did not do it in year 7, but I got on it real quick in year 8.
See, you're not harvesting that crop, are you? You're just maintaining it.
It says do not prune.
Regarding your fruit and production plants. Okay.
Is it?
Oh,
is
yes.
It just that?
I believe it is, because think about it. If you got your house.
Hang on. You say you believe it is, yet you did not prune in the sabbatical year.
I didn't prune the stock that I was selling. I did not prune the trees that I was selling, nor did I prune the trees that produce fruit for my food.
Why?
Because that would be pruning the
Not,
tree. I'm harvesting.
no, I'm not harvesting. We're talking about a privet hedge here. You just said
Yeah,
you would privet in the
that's
sixth
out of
year,
the question.
but you did it just in case.
I did it for my farm because I have a nursery, and the trees and shrubs in my nursery are for sale. Now, if it's a hedge around my dog yard or whatever, I'll prune it. I don't have a whole heck of a lot of time. It doesn't really hurt to do it ahead of time, so I'll be ready, like you said, do it ahead of time. And then you
Yeah.
can skip the year. That's fine. But it's very specific to food production. It's because food production, listen to this, and you may not know this, and of course it's not written there, but all plants to produce food are doing an extra thing. They're drawing a lot of energy from the land, okay? And they're producing something beyond leaves and tree. They're producing fruit.
But they're still producing fruit irregardless. They don't stop in the sabbatical year.
No, that's right. And that's why you can pick of them as they come. And if you can't eat enough of it as it comes, you do not store it. You do not pick it and sell it. You can give it away. You know what I did? I told people, come on up. You can get my apples and get my pears. All you want, just grab a bag, and that's it. No more than a bag. You don't come in and get a bushel. You come in and get a bag. And that's what I would do. I didn't have a lot of takers, but I offered it. And then if I couldn't eat enough, they would just fall to the ground and go back into the cycle, which is fine there too. And the animals would eat it. Believe me, the animals did eat it. And that's what it's supposed to be. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at, without getting into a big, deep discussion, is there are details that you need to work out for yourself. If you live in an apartment, you're not controlling any land that has fruit that you're growing. And so, most of that.
But if I go to the store and buy produce, am I not
Well,
contributing to?
Let me finish. So
Okay.
that's where the command is to store. Okay. Now, so what if you can't afford to store enough and you get to the middle of the sabbatical year and now you're starving? You think Jehovah wants you to starve? What
No,
is
of course
most
not.
important to him? Your life. Life is most important. So if you can't get it free from the soup kitchen, or you can go to the grocery store and say, can I have your cull free? And that's what I do. I get cull every week. I feed my chickens, and sometimes there's good stuff in there for myself. During the sabbatical year, for the last 2 cycles, I was able to feed 6 families with the food that came from the cull at 0 money. Okay, so it was not like they profited. In fact, they had to throw it away. So I stopped it before it went into the landfill. And I fed my chickens, and we ate from it. And it was a blessing. Beyond any belief, it came at the proper time. It was there when I most needed it because I was worried about it. And wham, I got the contract. It's a contract. You still got to sign a contract. And I was able to do that for my family. And we ate off it the entire sabbatical years for both 2016 and 2023. So if you guys have the opportunity to do that, why not? If somebody says, hey, come on over and eat supper with us, and they offer you a dinner and it has salad in it, that is not an issue. It's free. You're not buying it. You're not encouraging anybody to do anything with it. Now, unfortunately, this is the world we live in. If everybody was doing this properly, we would be sharing all the produce for nothing.
Right.
And everyone would have the produce they need in season all the time. And they would be able to keep the merits of the sabbatical year intact. But it's not the perfect world. So remember, life is more important. Of course, you don't want to do it if you're lax and you go, the heck with it. I'm just going to do what I got to do. That's the wrong attitude. You got to have the right attitude and you got to do the right thing. I yield.
So I live in a 1-bedroom apartment for the last sabbatical year. And I was concerned, like before that I had a big freezer, lots of storage in the basement, lots of room. I had enough food down there that lasted me 6 years because I didn't know how much to put away. In the apartment here, we don't have any room. We have a large closet in the front hallway, and I put all our food for the year in that storage room. And we survived the entire year. Now, that's me without my wife being a participant in it. She started to help me to get ready for it because she knew it was coming. But other than that, I'm on my own. So what I'm saying is, I don't care if you got a 1-bedroom apartment, which is what we have, or you got a big executive farm, or, anybody can do this. And what Glenn just said is, you have to have the attitude that you are going to do it. You're going to try. You're going to forgive debt. You're going to not prune. You're going to stock up on food. You're going to look for that stuff that's going to grow by itself. So, I made sure I planted lots of asparagus, but you can't harvest it and store it. So once it's done, it keeps growing, and it gets too woody. You can't eat it no more. Same with other stuff. I made sure that I had lots of seed fall on the ground the year before. And I got ready for the sabbatical year. You can eat what grows of itself. You can't put it down for the garden or for the winter. Now, I told my wife, do not harvest all the grapes. And she knew about it. So we had 4 grapevines. One of them was huge and produced a lot of grapes. Another one was mediocre and produced a different variety of grapes. And she harvested all the grapes off of that one. And I came out and seen it, and I got mad that she took them all, and they were on the table, and I wouldn't eat them because they were on the table. And then the next year, and every year after that, that particular vine was, and that was the only vine that was had a disease, a mold on it. It had a mold on it that I couldn't get rid of. I cut back hard on it all the time. The mold kept coming back every year. And we never did get any more fruit off of that vine. So again, there are blessings and curses that come with obeying and disobeying. Glenn, were you trying to say something?
Well, one more thing is just remember, you can eat meat, you can drink milk, you can get all that stuff. There's no limit on that. Of course, I'm sure it gets pretty sickening eating the same high protein all the time. But if
become
you
a carnivore.
Pardon me?
So become a carnivore on the sabbatical year.
You
No, it
could,
doesn't work. It doesn't work.
but you just put away canned goods, vegetables, and freezer. Put your freeze up a bunch of vegetables. Of course, it's not going to be the same as nice, fresh, crunchy stuff, but you get the nutrition anyways. I yield.
Right.
Sombra, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to mention about taking care of one another, but for Ryan, I just want to say, in 2016, my husband and I and our friend, we learned about the sabbatical year about 7 weeks before the sabbatical. And so we decided, yes, I'm going to do it. And I put some things away, but I only put away basically enough for 12 weeks. And at the end of the 12 weeks, it was just really too hard. I didn't have any support. I didn't have any community that was doing it with me. I mean, aside from my friend. And so I made it 12 weeks, and then I repented after that. Sorry, God, I failed. When we did it again in 2023, of course, I spent all of 2022 preparing for it. I made it through the whole year easily. So part of it is having the community support. But the other part of it is recognizing that we make efforts, and when we fail in our efforts, you repent and you try again. And that's all you can do. You repent and you try again. But I wanted to bring up this idea.
Before you change the subject,
Okay.
we are in the second year of this 5th sabbatical cycle, and we've got 4 more years? 4 more years, and then we'll be beginning the next sabbatical year. Next year is a 3rd tithe year. Then 2 years after that will be another 3rd tithe year, and then the sabbatical year after that.
2030.
2030, yeah. So, but we also got a lot of difficult times coming, and there's
Yes.
supposed to be a famine coming. So, some of my food lasted 3, 4, maybe even 5 years. I don't know what exactly is supposed to happen here.
No,
Are we
but we know
fleeing?
what
Are we not
happened.
fleeing?
we know what happened with Joseph. Joseph knew that there was 7 years of plenty before 7 years of famine. And so they
Stock
spent
up.
the whole 7 years stocking up. They didn't wait until, oh, the famine is here at the footstep, at
Yeah.
our doorstep.
Yeah. So again, you can start putting away, buy a case of beans, buy a case of corn, canned corn, buy a case of canned asparagus, and have
I've
that.
been getting those military grade like
Yes.
containers.
You can
I've been
you can do
stocking up
that.
on them.
But again, then you got to cycle through it so
Yeah.
it doesn't spoil on you, right? So again, you can do all these things and start getting ready. But like Sombra said, we've made our mistakes. Now we're doing the final exam. We got to start getting ready and do the best we can. And Jehovah knows that we're doing it.
Just
Okay, sorry,
notice
Sombra.
what Somber was saying about Joseph's time. They didn't keep a sabbatical year either. Think about that.
Well, he was in Egypt, right?
Well, it doesn't matter where
would-
you are. You're supposed to do it.
But you
That's
don't
right.
know what Joseph did, and they're Egyptians doing that. We don't know what Joseph personally did.
I'm
didn't mention
about to
it.
start doing some research and trying to prove that they actually did keep a sabbatical year in Egypt,
That would be
Babylon,
really
and
interesting.
Assyria.
Yes.
I'm hoping to do that. That's on my to-do list, Glenn. So hold me to it.
All right.
Sombra, go ahead. Sorry.
So I want to talk about this idea of taking care of one another. So in Canada, we have the Canadian healthcare system. And so, Joe, you were mentioning before about some people who make a lot of money and some people who don't make a lot of money. And you were using this story about in the Philippines where the man put his wall on the poor guy's property, and then the poor guy had to defend himself in court. So in Canada, we have this system of healthcare system where everybody pays into the healthcare system and everybody gets to use the healthcare system. And so if you're not a sick person, you don't need to use the healthcare system very often. Now, you might be poor or you may be rich, but either way, it's available if you want it, but you don't have to use it. But the rich people, of course, because they pay more tax, they pay more into it. And so in the States, there's a different kind of healthcare system when they say that you have to have insurance. Everybody has to have insurance so that everybody can have healthcare. So we're recognizing that healthcare is an important thing, but it's not the same kind of sharing and protecting and providing for one another. But there's a thing in Canada, that's a socialist thing, to have taxpayers paying into our healthcare system so that everybody has that. We have another system that's similar to this, and it's called the Canadian Wheat Board. And the Canadian Wheat Board was created because when a farmer would take his crop to be sold, he would take it and he had no idea what he was going to get for his grain, for his load. He could get very little money, and then the very next day there would be a high demand for it. And so if you happen to be the guy who took your grain yesterday and you got low, and your next door neighbor took it today and he got high, there's a disparity there. And so what they did was they made this Canadian Wheat Board. And so you sell your grain to the Canadian Wheat Board, and the Canadian Wheat Board is going to give you a fair price for it. It might not be high, but it's not going to be low. It's going to be a fair price.
Bring this
And
back to Torah.
It's about taking care of one another. It's that it's not about me and only me. The community matters. The community matters, and we take care of everyone. We make sure that we don't harvest the whole field. We leave the corners so that there is somewhere for the poor people to glean. You make sure that there is an opportunity during the sabbatical year. You don't put a fence around your property and make sure that nobody can come in. You open up your gates so that even the poor people in the sabbatical year can come, and they can take food from your property, whatever grew of itself. We are supposed to take care of one another. It's this idea of taking your tithe and providing for the poor and the widows.
So let me jump into that because we're not a welfare. This is not a welfare system. It's not a communist system. The
Yep.
poor had to go and harvest and glean. The poor had to go and pick. It didn't get delivered to the door.
Right.
They still had to work to get it,
Right.
right? Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So in Torah we have evidences that there's communalism, communalism. We have evidences that there's socialism, and we have evidence that there's capitalism. It's all in Torah. You do have to work. If you want to eat, you work. Now, if you want to eat high off the hog, you have to work hard to earn lots of money. But if you want to eat to survive, then you're going to glean in the field, but you're still going to work. But the point is, we're a whole body. That's what the whole thing about the slavery is too, is if somebody's in debt, you pay off their debt, and then that person comes into slavery in your household. Now you're going to train him up and give him better skills so he's not going to go into debt again. And then you release him after 7 years. It helps bring up the community. It's this same idea of a man selling his daughter to the rich man. Selling your daughter? How could you sell your daughter into slavery? Well, the thing is, if a rich man buys the daughter, he has a responsibility to take care of her. He either marries her or he gives her to one of his sons in marriage. That changes her status from being so poor that her father had to sell her, that now she and her children inherit from the rich man. It's a way of changing the economy and keeping everything lifted up and high. It's obviously the best system because it's God's system, but we don't do that in our world.
And it's not money focused, it's people focused.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I want to change the subject here, unless someone wants to follow up with Somber. And I'm going to go to verse 24. And you shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do according to their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them and completely break down their sacred pillars. So, when I go to the Israeli museum and I see all the gods that Israel used to worship, and there are Judah used to worship, and there are thousands of them in the Israel museum. Are we, let's say this is now 2025, year one, David's here. Are we going to go into the Israeli museum and destroy all these statues of other gods? Glenn.
I think so, but I can tell you there is a group of people doing that now or have been.
Well, hang on, before you go to those people.
Yeah. And you know where I'm going.
Before you go to those people, you say you think so.
Yes.
But because there's another question here, another verse here, verse 13. So here's where I'm going. Verse 13. And in all that I have said to you, be circumspect and make no mention of the name of other gods, nor let it be heard from your mouth. So let me follow that up with, if we remove all the statues from the museums, what do we do with the Bible that has all these other gods' names in here, such as Molech, Ishtar, the R one in the, you carry your Molech and your Rephaim? I can't say the word.
Well, you make a
What
good.
do we have to rip these pages out of the Bible? What do we do now?
You make a good point, but guess who wrote that book?
I'm
Or
asking the question,
through
can we
men.
have to do this?
We're not going to desecrate his book. No.
Well, then
He's
what
the
do we
one
do with
that-
the names that are in there?
You have to leave him there for educational purposes, and maybe this museum might be a good learning tool to.
That's the point. Do we leave
yes.
them in the museum for educational purposes?
But if there's going to be someone that decides to build a pillar in his yard, I don't think that's going to fly. I think we're going to be.
Not the
know?
new pillar. Yeah, that would no.
Right. Exactly.
So am I hearing you correctly that the museum pieces will survive and stay there for the next millennium?
There's a good possibility, but I won't say yes.
Okay.
Trusting in
Right.
Jehovah to break down those idols.
Yes.
Hang on. Brian, are you on this same thing?
Yeah, I got a question because actually I was going to ask you this question, and you changed the subject directly right direction I want to go. Because in the past, you have talked about just recently about the different gods of Egypt and associated them with the final judgments. And you yourself have mentioned the names of these false gods in your sermons here, occupying 3 hours talking about false gods. And I'm thinking to myself, why is Joseph talking 3 hours about a false god? And I want to hear about my God and not these false gods. So really, you've been guilty of violating this very commandment.
Am I guilty though? Because I'm also trying to show you what the like you don't know what the plagues of Egypt are unless you understand these false gods. What you would just sit there and be a mushroom, not a mushroom, an ignoramus, and just be ignorant, and whenever something happens, I don't know what this is for. Brian?
Well, the thing is, the mentioning of them, the names would associate, and the rabbis mention this, that when you mention the names of false gods, it's associated with worshiping those false gods and praying to those false gods and adhering to their authority as opposed to relegating authority to God, our
Okay,
God.
so just hang on. I don't know, in First Kings, Second Kings, it's talking about the god Molech. And God, Jehovah says, or even in, is it Deuteronomy? I never told you to worship and kill your children, put them in the fire to Molech. But God, Jehovah himself, mentions these small g gods, and they're spread throughout the Bible. Even Stephen in the book of Acts talks about them. What is this saying?
It's a fine line because I got the same argument. I now I'll take your side in this matter because it does say, blot out the name of Amalek from amongst your lips or whatever it says. It talks about blot out Amalek. Do not mention Amalek.
But Amalek's not a god.
True. Okay. Well, but the scripture does say blot out Amalek from your how does it say? I can't remember the text, but it says blot out the name of Amalek. But Amalek is mentioned in scripture. So are we to blot out the name of Amalek in the Torah? And the response says, no, you don't blot out the name as it's written, but you blot out the adherence and the serving of that lifestyle, or admonish Amalek as being attribute good things to Amalek, or not. You know what I'm saying? Is it's not. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so Brian, the Israeli Museum or the Russian Museum or the Toronto Museum or the Atlanta Museum, do we take all the statues in there and destroy them so we have no physical memory of them? Or do we leave them there as a testament of our sins in the past so we can understand what Jehovah's talking about in the Bible?
It's a good question.
I'm throwing it at you. Okay,
I
Glenn,
know.
are you Glenn, are you going to change it, or are you still on
No,
this?
I'm still on this. But
Okay,
you
go
got to
ahead.
remember this. You got to remember this. We're in a corrupted world, okay? And we've gotten this corrupted because we've been acquainted with these gods and this way of evil life. And Jehovah, through the covenant and through the Torah and through all of the scriptures and Yeshua, is trying to change it back to the original way it's supposed to be. Now, when we're all living, say we go to 2500 AD, we're halfway through the millennium of the next millennium. Hopefully by then we'll get it, right? And then we won't be doing these terrible things of remembering the names of these false gods and going to the museum and so on. We won't be doing that.
You say hopefully we'll get it, but we still got the Gog-Magog war coming at the end. So
well, that's at the end. That's another test.
Still, if your country doesn't come up to Sukkot, they're not going to get rain. So there's still going to be countries doing that.
Yeah, but yes, you're right. We need to at least have a history to go, don't do this. But we don't need to sit there and I suppose teach the details, like Brian was talking about you with the 3 hours of gods. We don't need that. We just need to know, don't do this and don't do that, and then move on to the right things we're supposed to do. And I think that's what Brian's saying. We should be talking about what we're supposed to do, not what we're not supposed to do. Although, again, we're in the corrupted stage now, need to know what not to do so we can do what we're supposed to do. But in the millennium, we will be in a better shape.
I'm preparing a video for each of those gods to explain them in even more detail and how we got them throughout history. Wow.
But we need to know him more than anything. Remember, you said, how do you know a counterfeit? You know the real thing. And that's what I think Brian's trying to say. Learn him, the rest we throw away.
I'm going to interject, even though I haven't waited for my hand. Talking about blotting out the name, or don't say the name of a false god. The word name in the Hebrew concept is, it's not just about the sound. It's not talking about the word Joseph or the word Paul or the word Glenn. It's not Satan. Or the word Satan. It's not about the word name, as in don't say it. I'm not going to say that. It's about not giving it authority. The concept of name is about its authority. So don't give Amalek authority. Don't fear Amalek. We know Amalek's coming against us. So what? Let him come. I know that I'm under the authority of Jehovah. So what? Yes, there's a Rephaim. So what? They hold no authority over me. I don't submit to their authority. I don't have to do anything. I don't even have to worry about it, because I submit only to the authority of Jehovah.
We can have in the Regina Museum gods of Molech and Ishtar and all these other false gods, so that you can go there and show your kids, this is what we used to pray to.
Well, and so we were talking about.
No, is that a yes or a no? I
would say yes. I would say yes. Because, like you said, we need to learn from them. If God didn't mean for us to understand and know about the gods of Egypt, why would he have put the plagues in there? And why do we remember that year after year after year after year? He called us to remember it every year.
Okay.
We have to know.
And Pharaoh was a god.
Yes. So you have to remember what you're not supposed to fear, what you're not supposed to submit to.
Okay.
So that today I can go, you know what? I don't have to submit to that, because that's not my authority. I can be respectful and not rude, but I can keep on walking and not worry about it. Why? Because I'm under the covering of Jehovah. And if he wants me to stop, if he wants to silence my mouth, he silences my mouth. And if he wants me to speak, he needs me to speak. He needs me to stand up and say something. So do those idols get destroyed? Depends on the situation. If that idol is in my child's living room, I'm going to say, I don't think that should be there. You should destroy that. Get rid of it.
Okay. I got other hands up here. Let me bring Glenn back in on that note. Glenn, you were about to say somebody that does destroy idols.
Yes, we went into that with ISIS, and that's what they were.
What did they do?
They went around and destroyed all idols. They went around all over the Middle East and wherever they had power, and they tore down everything that was involved.
They blew up a giant Buddha statue that was carved into solid rock somewhere.
Yep, they did a lot of things, and even historical sites that were preserved, like for museum's sake, they were destroying.
Well, some of the Nineveh museum stuff was destroyed. So let me follow up on that. Should they have destroyed those things, say from the Nineveh museum, or even the giant Buddha statue?
I think they were taking a bastardized version of the Torah and implementing it by Yah's approval or release to do it. And it is a message that he said he would destroy all the pillars all of our high places. He said, Jehovah said, I will destroy those things. And he did it through our enemies because he said he would.
Okay, so now I'm going to give this to Ella next. I'm going to throw this another curve in here. Okay, Moses made the two serpent or the serpent on the stake, and he put it up there for people to look at and to be healed of their snake bites that they had received. And they were healed. Then, what Moses to Hezekiah, what is that? 1,000 years, I don't know what it is, a number of years. Many, many years, hundreds of years. Now in the Hezekiah's time, they are bowing down and praying to the serpent on a stake. It was made by Moses. It was commanded by Moses to be made by Jehovah. It's such an ancient relic. It's the historical piece. It's like the manna. Could we not have kept that preserved someplace? Ella.
Well, in that instance, what Jehovah said was for them to look upon it. It didn't say they were to bow down to it. They were just to look at it as a reminder that he would heal them. Maybe they'd reach out to him for healing, but not to make an idol of it. And what I wanted to say about do we tear those down? Do we not mention those idols? In banking, they don't give you all the counterfeit to look at. You're to look at the real thing, study the real thing, know its features, and then when the counterfeit comes along, you know the difference. And an example for that, I had my children in Christian school, taught them some myself, but had them in Christian schools. When they got to the 7th grade, my husband insisted that they go to the public school, which was, to me, was a disaster. But for them, I would let them out. My son, the middle son, but the first son, every morning I'd let him out at the entrance to the school. You're the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. You're the head and not the tail. I'd pour into him the love of God the best that I could, but I never pointed out, you got to watch for this. You got to watch for these other things. And sure enough, those other things were the things that became prominent and open and available to him in the public school. So in that sense, I needed to have told him, you got to watch out for this, that, and the other. These are things that are going to be presented to you, and you have to realize that God has more for you. He has a better life for you. A stepson that I had, he was always in trouble. He told me one time, he said, Mom, you taught me right from wrong. I know what is right, but I wanted to see what the world has. So he chose the things of the world. So in our teaching and believing in the creator of the universe and all of his goodness, we definitely need to portray that. We definitely need to lift up his name and his ability for us. But I think we can't leave out the opposite side of that coin, that temptation will be there, and you have to be careful. You have to be aware.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tom.
Yeah, I think Ella and Sambra are kind of honing in on it. 'Cause on its plain meaning, I think we just don't. We're either taking it out of context, because let's face it, the prophets mentioned other gods, Moses mentioned other gods. It's not that simple. It's not just, you're not mentioning their names. There's more to this than maybe we understand. You shall beware in all that I say to you, and in the name of other gods you shall not mention it. I think it's the idea that these other gods have no power. You don't even acknowledge that they have. The verse before, 6 days you do your task, and on the 7th day you shall cease. It's not because of other gods. It's because Jehovah is our God, and we do what He says. And these other gods, like Sambra was saying, they have no authority over us. I would argue they don't even exist, only in our imaginations. So it's not just a simple thing of mentioning them. Although I guess if you just read it literally, you could say that. Because, like I say, then we're all guilty. Moses is guilty. Isaiah is guilty. All the prophets are
I've
guilty. Does
I've
that
had
make
some Hebraic roots people who won't say God, G-O-D, because they say that's a pagan variation of the word God, which is a God in some religion somewhere in the world.
yeah.
And so they go along, they talk, and they have these blanks in their sentence where you don't know what they're talking about. They sound like a retard. And you can't have a conversation with them. How do you have a conversation when you got to leave words out?
Yeah, and even I think the Jews basically translate. They pronounce the name Gad, God. So
That might be where they get it from. Yeah.
right. And like with the Nehushtan, which is a good example, the days of the children of Israel did burn incense. They burned incense to this Nehushtan, that serpent, and which implies prayer, right? Burning incense and prayer.
So the statue of Nehushtan in the Israeli Museum, does it stay or does it go, Tom, in 2046?
Not my call.
It is your call. I'm putting you in charge of that.
I'm in
What do you
charge.
do?
I'm in charge.
Based on the Torah, what do you do? Go to your prayer closet, sounds like.
Yeah. I honestly don't. I don't want to go either way there. To be honest with you, sorry.
But okay, so now because of your hesitation, there's a part that I'm hearing, and I'm think I'm hearing from a lot of people that these are historic parts of our history that we need to preserve to learn and understand our history. Am I hearing that right?
Maybe, I don't know. It's not. Let's put it this way: if you saw somebody bowing down to it, that's the problem, right? If you saw
Yeah.
somebody burning incense to it, that's the problem. Not so much it, but the error of the person. So to me, it's I would like you guys were talking about tearing down statues and stuff like that. Look, they're tearing down statues over here. They were anyway in America, during all of the George Floyd riots
The
and
woke,
stuff, right?
the woke stuff. So
Right, and how many? But that's I think Islam's behind a lot of that. And how about all the churches that have been burnt? From what I understand, many churches have been burnt in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Don't they think that's these? But it's not for me to go into other countries and do those things. No, I'm getting off track here.
okay,
I'm
we're on
not
a-
answering your question. Sorry, I don't have an answer.
Paul, go ahead. Thank you, Tom.
The statement that Jehovah makes and most of the prophets make, it says, "In Jehovah I live and move and have my being." And we ignore this because we are selfish, we are lustful in our eyes and heart. And that's not going to change unless we, the individual person, wants to change. If we don't want to change and we think our attitude's right, this is what's going to happen. Creation gospel, and I'm sorry I'm bringing that up, but in Jehovah I live and move and have my being. It goes against creation. People want to say that that's the best understanding out there and teach it, and teach it. But it doesn't bring healing. It's Jehovah that brings healing. Creation doesn't bring healing. Jehovah brings healing. Jehovah is, in him I live and move and have my being. And if I don't have that, I am nothing. If I hold, and people want to know, I'm worshiping this, I say, if you worship that, you will die. Not just once, but twice. And then they keep doing it. I've warned them. I can't do anything. It is their choice. My choice is I have to say to myself, in Jehovah, I live and move and have my being. And I have to hang on to that, and I have to keep chasing that down. And that's the hardest part out, because there's nobody here that really considers that sometimes, that a saying takes you away from Jehovah. Another word, my church is on a Sunday and I'm just going to do that. Whoopee-doo. We don't have to do that on the Sabbath. We do it on a Sunday and we love it. Oh, really? In
what's this,
Jehovah I live.
what about, are you talking about the statues here? Are you talking about religions or just churches or
There,
what?
a religion is a statue.
No, a religion's not a statue. A statue of Molech from 800 BC is a statue made out of clay that's sitting in the museum.
Right. And a
So there's
building
a
is not a
statue.
statue.
A
Of
building's a
Sunday
building.
worship. Yeah, but a building is a statue that they come in and worship on a Sunday and state, we're happy doing this on a Sunday in this house. This is my church.
Okay, but that you're changing the subject here. We're focusing on the statues, whether we keep them for museum pieces or not.
What does this make a statue a worship idol?
Okay, but they were
Anything that-
worshipped. They were worshipped
right.
at some time in the past. So are you saying to destroy them? In
right.
2020,
The
in
Star of David, is it a
2046,
statue?
do we destroy it in the museum?
The Star of David, is it a statue?
I asked you a question.
Do we destroy it in the museum?
Yes,
It's,
that's what I'm
it's
asking.
part, right. Then if it's taken out of the museum and made a symbol of a country, do we destroy the flag? Because it's in the museum. It's in the museum as a resemblance of Moloch.
Do we keep
And
these
Rentham.
symbols in the museum so that we can look back at history and know what the Bible's talking about?
Oh, but this is about the love of David.
No, don't just address the question.
So I
Don't
worship
change the subject.
David. Yeah, but I'm changing the subject because everybody has an attitude towards the star. And the right attitude is it's not a symbol of a country. It's not a symbol. It's a symbol of a statue of a religion, of a
So,
God.
do you go into the
rid
museum
of it.
and destroy it? You do.
Well,
Okay.
why not? It
Well, that's
is
what I'm
to
asking.
stand up for Jehovah. If you do not stand up for Jehovah, who are you standing up for? Well, let's stand
Have
up
you
for
done
all the religions.
So then
Have
when
you
we
done it,
read,
Paul?
hang on. When we read the book of Acts and we read what Stephen's talking about, the Star of Rephidim, which is what
Yeah.
you're referring to, and we read that and we don't have any idea what that is because we've destroyed all the symbols, every one that we could ever find, it's all been destroyed. Every museum is now empty of them. And we can't even have them drawings in our history books. We're going to still need history books during the 7th millennium, even in the 8th millennium. What do we do? How do we explain some of these things that we don't understand?
If we don't understand that, how are we going to understand Jehovah? In him we live and move and have our being. We're going to be dead sick the whole time because Jehovah, they're not going to want to live
But
in him.
we're not worshiping them. We have them as museum pieces for study and instruction and understanding.
What did Jehovah say to the children of Israel when they come into the land? Destroy, do not copy their statues or religion. Do not bow down to them. And yet they did.
Yes.
They're supposed to destroy them, and they didn't.
So now let's say, Paul, we're now at the end of the 7th millennium. A whole 1,000 years have gone by. We've had all these generations of people. I think that's 30 generations of people. And now they're reading about the book in 2nd Kings or 1st Kings about the god Molech. And nobody has any idea what this is about now. What do we do with the Bible?
What do you do with the Bible? You
That has
follow
Molech mentioned
it
in it many places.
I realize that. And then God says, do not do them. Do you listen to God or do you listen to Molech?
But do what? I don't know anything about Molech. Do what did Molech do that was so bad?
It's been written in there what's bad. The Bible gives you instruction not to.
Yeah,
So
but
don't
it
do
doesn't
what
tell
the
me
Bible
all
says.
the stuff. Like, I don't know what passing through the fire means because I don't have a statue to show me what that is. Again, I'm
understand your
talking,
concern.
Paul, at the end of the seventh
I
millennium.
understand that.
Okay.
Is Satan still on the planet? He comes
Yes.
out and causes people to sin
He's
again.
going to be brought back out. That's right.
Right. So sin
How
is
do we
still
instruct the people? How do we instruct the people if we don't have these items to show them?
here. The items in the Torah says, if you do my words. So what are his words compared to ignoring the others? If you do his words, as Joshua said to the children of Israel, I obey God. And they said, we will too. And he said, no, you won't. You have your gods. Go and do them. You brought them from Egypt.
Joe, can I interrupt and ask Paul a question?
Nope,
Yeah.
not yet. No, because
I'll allow her to
But I'm
interrupt.
trying to get to what you're saying.
Okay.
Paul, we have
Yeah.
had discussions in this group as to whether or not the tabernacle is a rectangle or a circle. Paul, what do you say?
What do I say?
What?
Does
No,
it
hold
say a side or does it say a circle?
What's that got to do with the statues?
But my point is, if we don't even know what the tabernacle looks like, we can't agree on that, then how do we know what the Star of Rephidim looks like and whether or not we're worshiping that Star of Rephidim because we have something that might have pointy corners? Like, is a triangle a star? So Paul, Joe's point is we need to have something that shows us what it is we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Do you know what the menorah looks like?
I know what the menorah looks like
How do you know what the menorah looks like?
because it was being built and designed long before I was around, but it was there as a witness.
Okay, but what does it look like? Could you, if you were walking through the desert and suddenly you saw a thing, would you know whether that thing was the menorah or not?
In the sense of its design,
Yes.
only by what I've read,
Okay, by words that you've read or by pictures you've seen?
by words. It's hand
Okay,
beaten, seven
because
candlestick,
because
one candlestick
that's
seven
not a
times. Is it?
candlestick. It's not a candlestick, so you're wrong there. See,
Okay.
the thing is, the reason why we know what the menorah looks like is because the Romans, when they were carrying it out of Jerusalem, they memorialized it in that thing that's at the top of l'Arc de Triomphe.
The
And so
Arch
we
of
know
Triumph.
what it looks like.
And it
We
wasn't
know,
there.
what's that?
But the menorah wasn't there. They never carried it out of Jerusalem.
Yes, they did.
It was disappeared 600 years before Romans were there.
No, they actually did
History.
carry it out, Paul.
Yeah,
What,
Titus brought it
the
out.
menorah.
It's well documented that they did carry it out of Jerusalem.
Then when
Okay.
did it go into hiding?
We don't know if it's still at the Vatican or not, but there's some rumors that it may have been transported someplace else. Anyway, let's move on here. I got a bunch of hands up here, and we're not picking on Paul, but Sombra, Thomas brought up some good points. Ryan, you're on the hot seat.
Yeah, I agree with Sombra's logic in that I think we should keep them in the
Oh,
museum.
don't start doing. I got to talk to this woman afterwards, please.
I think we should keep them in the museum for educational purposes. And you also said something very interesting about like the staff of Moses with the serpent. And and this whole thing about not speaking the name, right here in Deuteronomy 12:30, it says, "Take heed to thyself that thou not be not snared by them after they are destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, How did these nations serve their gods? Even so
Okay,
will I do likewise."
so
we're not
hang
to
on.
inquire.
No, before you, because you brought up a great scripture, which is where Paul's coming from. See, in my seat here, I get to argue both sides. I can jump from one side to the other. So, had Israel destroyed all these statues, as they were told to do right there in the scripture you just read, we wouldn't even be having this conversation now. There wouldn't be any in the museum, and they might not have worshipped all these other gods that we are now plagued with today. and we wouldn't be inquiring. So would we, in say, at the end of the seventh millennium, ask, how did they worship Molech? How did they worship Ishtar? How did they worship Rephidim? Is that what we're not, is so is my point of, you know, how what do you call it? I don't know if you want to call it righteousness, self-righteousness. That's not even the right word. Of having museum pieces for educational purpose. Is my question totally wrong to start with? Should we just destroy them so that we don't have these opportunities to come back and ask, well, how did Molech actually led to Christmas and St. Nicholas and giving kids gifts when we used to burn them in fire, the kids, that is. So, right?
We need that history though, so that we know what not to do and what steps that they took to end up where they ended up serving these other gods, so that we don't take those same steps. And that's what Deuteronomy is saying.
Okay, so I'm a Star Trek fan. So the Klingons worship some god on a distant star in a faraway galaxy. Nobody here has ever heard of that god. Nobody here is ever going to worship anything about that god. But if I write and tell you the history of this Klingon god, well, somebody, just like a lot of people are doing today, pick up the Book of Enoch and start worshiping it. Is that the danger that Jehovah's saying, let's just get rid of them all, and then we don't have that problem?
No,
Well,
because
Joe, you said
I don't think.
Hang on, Hope. Hang on, let Ryan finish.
I don't think that that idol worship, that understanding history does not lead to idol worship. Not understanding Jehovah is what leads to idol worship.
Okay, so read the scripture you just read just now. Read it again, because I think that was a great scripture.
Take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by
what
following-
chapter and what chapter and verse?
Deuteronomy 12, chapter 12, verse 30. Take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them after they are destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise.
Is that not the whole purpose of a museum? To show you the gods they worship and how they worship them?
Yeah, but the difference is to take it a step further and say, even so will I do likewise. Having something for learning purposes and having something to use as a something that I'm going to model myself after are two completely separate issues.
Okay. Okay,
but is not the Christian cross an idol with the same logic that you were using about the staff, Moses' staff?
Yes, it is.
In fact, it's a graven image.
Then why are we not walking around like vigilantes destroying them?
Yep.
That could be my next question. Glenn.
Yes, so now that we've gone and hashed this thing out to death, I'm leaning towards destroying them all because of that particular verse that says, do not look at them, do not inquire of what they did with their gods. Now listen, if we are teaching Torah, again, we're teaching the truth, we're teaching the original. And if we teach the original, you gotta let me finish.
We're in the seventh millennium. We're in the seventh millennium doing this?
Yes, or even now we should be considering it.
Okay, okay.
Because if we have these examples, then there are people that may say, let me make this and let me do that. And it leads to one thing to another. Just like it says, do not inquire of their gods, how they worship their gods, and do so likewise. So first, if you don't know anything about them, you're not going to do it. You might do something completely different. However, if you know Torah,
like the God of the Klingons,
you know what not to do. And so you know the truth, you know the original, therefore you're not going to go and do something that's outside of the original. You know a counterfeit when you see it. That's what you mentioned in your newsletter recently. Now, listen to this. Why is it when infamous people do terrible killings, they don't call them by their names? They say Son of Sam killer or you can name any number of infamous crimes, and they don't want to put their picture up, and they don't want to put their name out because they don't want to give them any emulation or any credit whatsoever, because they are empowered. Those people that have done these terrible events become empowered because that may be what they're looking for. Same thing with these false gods. Same idea. You're giving them credit that we shouldn't be giving them at all. We shouldn't even be showing them. We shouldn't be emulating them. We should be doing none of that. And I would start saying, once we know the Torah, and yes, right now we kind of have to say, well, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. But when we know the Torah and we know it inside out, like I think all of us here are getting pretty good at, we know when something is wrong. Now, if everyone knows when something is wrong, we don't need the example. We don't need to see the example. We know it's wrong. I think you had that discussion with the menorah. The menorah is very specifically designed.
Just 10 minutes ago, you were saying that we need to have this example.
Only in the beginning. I don't believe that once we know all of it, I don't believe we need it at all. It will eventually need to be destroyed.
Glenn, do you want to? Shane's got Deuteronomy 7 verse 5 in the chat. Do you want to read it?
Yeah, sure. Where is? Let's go.
Deuteronomy 7 verse 5 in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, it just disappeared.
There it is. But you shall deal with them in this way. You shall destroy their altars and break down their images, cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. Yes, absolutely. So
no
the other thing,
pieces.
listen to this. Now, if we become empowered enough by Yah's hand, and I know he can do this, and we start doing this, don't you think it's going to develop more and more that people are going to start following Torah instead of following these images? You're probably always going to have some rebels, but you know what? At least they'll be the minority instead of the majority that we see today. We are the minority today. So I yield at that. I hope I got my point across.
Okay, thank you. Patty, go ahead.
I think that we're still in the age of man, and when the sixth millennium is finished and David is in charge, at least in charge of the worship, in that seventh millennium, all of these images will be removed. We will still have the word, and statues in that will be removed, and our adversary will also be removed for most of that 1,000 years, or maybe all of that 1,000 years. And then the people who have never lived with the temptation, the tempter, at the end of that 1,000 years, then, all the stuff is going to surface again. Even though we've stamped out all the images and burned and destroyed everything, the adversary will have a way of putting it in again at the end of the seventh millennium. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Shane's got another verse up here, Deuteronomy 12 verse 3. And you shall overthrow their altars and break their pillars and burn their pillars with fire. And you shall cut down the carved images of their gods and destroy their names out of that place. So Jehovah is now at the temple. Ella, this is for you. Jehovah is now at the temple. He's in Jerusalem. It's the seventh millennium. And he's going to go on a date with you, Ella. And you're going to go to the Israeli Museum. And you're going to walk through the ancient section there of all these gods. How do you think he's going to feel?
Well, because they actually mean nothing. I don't think he's going to be offended in that sense that it's not important. He's sad, I think, that they are worshiping
So
them.
Ella, let me rephrase that. You, now I know you're a widow, so you and your husband are going to the restaurant and you sit down at the table and suddenly you notice at the table beside you, your husband's old girlfriend or an affair that he had with her. How would you feel?
I had to ask her if she wanted him back.
Okay, you
No, I
you're
wouldn't
ducking
be.
my question.
Oh, I wouldn't be threatened by it. It wouldn't matter because he is mine now, if you want to say it that way. I mean, I have
But
him
I
in my
didn't say it
possession.
that way. I didn't
Well,
say it
he's
that way. I'm saying that what I'm trying to get at is we've committed adultery with these other guts. That's what it is. We've done it. We're still doing it. We are trying to root it out of us right now, even in some of the things we say. I think Mike just posted something here about feeling lucky, right? How lucky do you feel right now? That's an expression of a false god. We don't even know some of these things. And yet, how is our lover, our husband, Jehovah, going to feel when we still have them or still have them in our vocabulary or still have them in our society as a testimony to our whoredom in times past?
well, it could be a time for him to say, "Depart from me, I never knew you."
Or
If
do
that's
we get rid
serious.
of this? Do we get rid of the statues and do, like he said, have nothing in the museum?
Well, here's what I think on that verse. If you read it, you shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. I don't think he said that we can't, even in the tabernacle, you had the angels, the cherubim, or whatever. You know, he's got the menorah. I mean, that's a candle that he describes to be made. He had the snake on the pole. So there are images all around, but it's a matter of, are we bowing down to them? Glenn has trees in his nursery, all kinds of trees, I'm sure. Glenn, do you bow down to those trees? No, they are a part of creation that we use for shelter, for beauty. When people make, I know a fellow who carves beautiful birds, amazing birds, so lifelike and stuff. I don't own one, but if I had one, I would admire its beauty, not to make it an image for me to bow down to. So I think that's the difference. They were told to destroy their enemy, their idols. They weren't told to that you can't have images because there are images all around us in nature and whatever. And you know, if we make as an artistic work, if we design something that looks like something in nature, the key is, are we using it to bow down to worship? And I think in that aspect, going back to my husband, I'd have to see from him and have the assurance that he was committed to me at that point. Then
Okay.
I would have to be forgiving of that if he totally had repented and said that he's sorry. I wouldn't have any jealousy over it myself. I mean, if it's done, it's done. People make mistakes in other ways. So that's the point of maturity on my part, hopefully. I never had to face that, thankfully.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm not
but
saying, I was just trying to make it more
yeah,
personal what we're trying to talk about. That's all.
but I'm just saying, I don't personally think that a picture that I have on the wall of my children or of a nature scene, I don't think it's an idol for me. It is an image, but it's not an idol.
Okay.
And that's just the way I feel.
Tom.
Man, boy, a lot of good stuff. I think we're to give them no recognition, show them no honor. They have no power. They don't exist. It's kind of like, and we have to. I think we have to take into consideration they're going into the land, and they're going to cleanse the land so that they can start afresh, right? So they're supposed to destroy all these idols and not even want to know how they were used or how they were worshipped. And it's the so I would say, yeah, in the kingdom they won't be there. They're going to be
Okay.
destroyed just like in Israel,
So
just like in the land.
the guy's digging his house in Ola More. You know where Ola More is?
No idea.
Okay. That's the place where Jacob buried the statues that
Oh,
Rachel
Shechem,
hid. Yeah,
the terebinth.
that's right. You're digging your basement and you find the statues. There's, 3,000-year-old statues that Jacob buried, that Rachel sat on, that Laban worshipped. what do you do?
Can leave him, bury him back. To me, this is part of it. Just think about this. Like, how many people, you've heard of voodoo dolls, right?
Yeah.
Right? And the idea of people practicing voodoo, right? And they make a doll. Well, a voodoo doll has no power. It only has power over the person who believes it does, right? So if I made a voodoo doll of you and started picking needles,
Don't be giving people
needles in it,
ideas.
could that bother you? Would that bother you? No, right? But if you believe that I had that kind of power and that somehow this voodoo doll had power, well, that's on you, right? Because it doesn't. There is no power in voodoo. It's only power in the mind, you know. So if you believe that somebody sticking needles in a voodoo doll of you can hurt you, it might. but the fact is, it has no power, and we're to recognize that it has no power. Just like the statue has no power, just like the images have no power.
Okay.
So, and like and when so here as a model, they're going into the land, and God's telling them, you're going to destroy all the statues. You're going to just you're not even going to want to ask. You're not going to ask how they worshipped and what are these idols are for and why did you do this? Because it's of no interest. It has no power. It's insignificant, and it needs to be cleansed. The land needs to be cleansed. And so if that's the case when they went into the land, would that not be the case in the kingdom? Right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I'm trying to answer your question from before. And I think
I know.
So if that's the case going into the land, well, going into the kingdom, I don't think there's going to be any museums with statues of Moloch. Oh, don't worship Moloch. Who's Moloch? What is Moloch? You see, there's no such thing. You see what I'm saying? So
Okay.
why is there a statue of it? Whether anybody worshipped it or not, we shouldn't care. You see where I'm going?
Well,
Can I ask a question real quick? Can I
Go
ask a
ahead.
question which I think very much relates to this? If I purchase a product of food that says halal on it, is that a no-no? Personally, I don't think that if they've prayed to a God to bless it or whatever, I don't think that matters. If they have, and I think maybe the Muslims do kill in a kosher way, they do slaughter and drain and whatever their products.
So let's not
that's
change the subject here.
Well, that's not changing it. If it's an idol, then I need to know that. Is that something that's kosher, if you want to call it to that? Is that something acceptable that we can do to eat that product that is designated as halal? Many restaurants have food that they say is halal. Doesn't say it's kosher. Anyway,
Let me bring it either Josie or Jose.
Could I comment on that? Could I comment on that first, please?
Okay, go ahead.
I think that's either didn't Paul say something like that, or maybe it was in the God. But the idea that don't okay, if you slaughter an animal to some other god, right, and you have somebody has me over for dinner, right, and they've slaughtered this animal to another god, it's like, I know that God doesn't exist. I can eat that animal. It's no big. I can eat that food. It's no big deal to me. But if my brother may think that God actually exists and has some kind of power, now he can't. I shouldn't eat it in front of him because I don't want to give him, the weaker brother. You see, there are no other gods. There's only one.
Yeah, this is what Paul calls weak in the faith. Those who are weak in the faith.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Let me get, is it Jose or Josie? And welcome.
Well, welcome. It's Jose.
Jose, and
yes,
so,
sir.
Jose, this is your first time here?
No, I've been around. It's just that I just listened to a lot of you guys comment.
So now you got up enough nerve to come on here and tell us off.
No, not really. But this is pretty interesting.
Where are you from, Jose, first?
I'm in the U.S. in Texas. We're having some rough weather here last week or so with storms and everything and tornadoes. So we're just having to kind of like hunker down and be careful.
I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Go ahead. Say what you were going to say.
And like I said, I kind of came in on the tail end of this conversation, so I may be totally off base, but I'm going to read something, if you don't mind, out of 2 Corinthians 10, and it's about humanity and the way they think and about thoughts. And it says, and this is Paul's defense of his ministry. It says, by the humility and great gentleness of Christ, I appeal to you. I, Paul, who am timid when face to face with you, but bold toward you when away. I beg you that when I come, I may not have to be as bold as I expect to be toward some people who think that we live by the standards of this world. For though we live in the world, we do not wage war as the world does. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. And we take captive, and see, that's where I was leading with this. We take captive of every thought to make it obedient to Yeshua. And we will be ready to punish every act of disobedience. Once your obedience is complete, you are judging by appearances. If anyone is confident that they belong to Christ, they should consider again that we belong to Christ just as much as they do. What I was trying to get at is that y'all are talking about destroying idols, and I understand that because you want to put these as far away as you can, but I'm thinking even before these idols were, they weren't. You follow what I'm trying to see? A thought had to enter their mind on how to create an idol or how it was supposed to be fashioned or what was it to look like. Say, for instance, if there were no idols at all right now to this day and they were destroyed, in thinking, man, the way they are, humanity would come to the thinking, well, let us, if they're not a child of God, they would come into thinking, well, let us create an idol or an image. And they would, and we read in the Bible, it says not to create an idol, which I think it was talking about the creation itself, like a tree or a bird or something that exists in the ocean. And I'm thinking, well, and then y'all were talking about museum things in the museum. I understand that they say they're for education, but the thing is, who are they trying to educate? The ones that don't know Yeshua or our God, or the ones that are in the world? Because you have two camps here kind of working. You have the world, the way they're thinking, and the way we are told to think by Adonai. And he's set standards for us not to kind of delineate or go this way to the right or to the left, but to kind of be right in the middle of the road and basically be following a certain program. But when you get off into the, how you say, the bar ditches like here in Texas that we talk about, that's where you run into a problem, because man, his inclination into thinking, he is a God and he can fashion whatever with his mind. Because when you look at creation as a whole, man has been given, how you say, marching orders or giftings and all these things that go into play above all creations, because a monkey or a whale or a bird can't think like a man does, so therefore he's gonna get into his, how you say, higher self creation or whatever, fashioning something, and that's where you get into problems like that. I don't have very much more to say because I'll get tongue tied if I kind of go too far into the conversation, but I just wanted to kind of add that into the conversation, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for stepping up and contributing. I appreciate it. Johan, go
Hi
ahead.
there. Oh, I have a brief response to maybe my thought pattern has changed regarding how would Jehovah treat us if we disobey. When we know that he's coming back to rule with a rod of iron, he might not be taking us to the Israel Museum. He might be taking us back to examples in the camp, like with the guy who picked up stones, like in last week when you read from Exodus 22, he who slaughters to an Elohim except to Jehovah only is put under the ban. So maybe if he rules with a rod of iron and he executes summarily judgment, that is going to be a way stronger teaching tool than allowing rebellious ones in the camp to lead young ones astray. So
Just-
if we don't even know how they worship false
Just
Elohim,
so I understand what you're saying, tell me if I'm correct. You're saying because Jehovah's going to rule with a rod of iron, if we don't destroy these statues, he's going to destroy us because he destroyed the guy who's picking up sticks, breaking the Sabbath. Is that what you're saying?
that is what I'm saying. I would be very hesitant to allow the Israel Museum to be on my property and to pray to my Elohim to protect me if I'm disobeying his Torah.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, because I think I know where I stand, but then sometimes I ask the question and it throws myself off. I'm not too sure where I stand sometimes. Thank you.
And
Samba.
that's why I adjusted mine, you see.
So Maria mentioned principalities in the chat. And we've already gone over a lot of these scriptures, but it has to do with the weaker brother. Because for some, something is a temptation. In other words, that principality has power. For others, that temptation can be around you, but it's not a temptation at all because it's not one of those things that you're weak at. So for me in my personal life, in my past, communication with other men was a temptation. It was a temptation to sin. It was a temptation to adultery. I have overcome that. It's no longer a temptation to me to be in the presence of another man, even to be in the presence of another man alone. I'm not at risk anymore, not one bit, because I am wholehearted for my Yehovah. I'm also wholehearted for my husband. So that principality of temptation is no longer a temptation for me. That principality no longer has power over me. But there are other things that do still have principality over me, and I'm working on
Family Christmas.
Well, that one doesn't have principality. It's also not a temptation.
Some people
to have any of that, but
for some people it is.
For some people it is. But food is still an issue for me. Music is still an issue for me. Maybe not music so much, but television is a temptation for me. And so yes, I recognize there is principality, but not every principality is something that I need to be, I guess, strongly on guard for anymore. Because sometimes the door is just locked. It's locked and it's done and it's dealt with and I don't need to deal with it again. But sometimes, if that door, if I could easily open it, yeah, I might. And it might be a temptation.
So do we have statues in the museums or not?
Well, that depends. I guess that depends. If it is a principality for you, if it is something that causes
does it
you
depend
to go,
though? Does it depend, or are all these scriptures that we're quoting here that people are bringing up in the chat, and we've read some of them, God just says destroy them all. Are we really
well, I think we're just
arguing
supposed to destroy the
a paper
principalities
tiger?
of them all. I think we're supposed to destroy the authority of them all because he's to be the only authority in our lives. So I think that destroy with fire, yes. I don't think it has anything to do with the statue in the museum, but it does have to do with the principality. In other words, can I be tempted if I go to the museum? Can I be tempted to worship that statue? And
yeah, you can.
If you can, if you personally can, then yes, you should not go to the museum.
Or
That's
should we
why
just
he wants
destroy
all,
it?
right. That's why he wants them all destroyed. He doesn't want a weakness coming in and then infiltrating like a disease everyone else and then destroying his relationship.
Okay, but Joe used the analogy of if you and your husband are in a restaurant and the other previous girlfriend comes into the room.
Jehovah is our husband and we are the adulterer. And these are the gods that we adulterated
No, I was
with.
the adulterer. See, this is the problem. you cannot apply to me a sin that has been dealt with. So let me
I'm
go
relating the worshiping of gods to adultery. I'm not talking about
I-
sin as in
I
committing
understand.
adultery. I'm worshiping. How is God going to feel when he walks with you through the museum
Okay,
and he
so
sees
again,
those?
going back to that analogy of me and my husband being in a restaurant and the old girlfriend shows up. I have no authority whether that girl shows up or not. That's her own authority. She has every right to that restaurant. My responsibility is,
Okay, but now hang on. You're
hold on,
now
Joe, let me finish.
you're the
Is
mayor
my-
of Jerusalem. You have the authority.
Okay, hold on a second. My responsibility is to keep my eyes on my husband, no matter who else is in the room. My husband's responsibility is to keep his eye on me, no matter who else is in the room.
So the statue
that-
in the museum
Can stay
Is it-
there. It has nothing to do with me and God, because my eyes are to be fixed on Yeshua. I'm not supposed to be worried about what else is in this world, because all these things are in the world. He allows them in the world, but he asks us to choose him. And in our choosing him, it doesn't matter what else is here in the world. Because if there was nothing in this world, then it's easy to choose God. He didn't make it easy on us, because there's no point in having an exclusive relationship with God if there's no temptation to choose something else.
So we keep the
Doesn't make it
statues in the museum so that we can show Jehovah that we're going to choose him.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Have him in the museum and lock the door. There's your
But I
solution.
don't even need
So
to
let-
lock the door. I don't need to, because it holds no power over me. And that's
It's
how
not
we all
about
should
you.
be.
It's about the weaker ones that
I understand that. So then we need to help strengthen and encourage the weaker brother so that he doesn't feel that that thing could have an authority over him. So we need to help encourage him and strengthen him so that he recognizes that the only authority is Jehovah over him, and that all else pales. All else is nothing. It's all vapor. It's nothingness. I don't need to hold on to it and worry about it. It's all vapor. It's nothingness.
Okay, I do have to move on. We got 4 more hands up here. If everyone can start to be a little bit brief, we got to get going. I'm going to pull a Stuart and restrict the timing here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ryan.
This is my opinion, but I think it's important to know history, and honestly, yeah, hypothetically, when Jehovah is standing next to us, I don't think this is going to be a discussion. But at the same time, we need to know history, and if we don't know history, then like the old saying goes, we're doomed to repeat it. And because we know history, all of us in this room, we know history the way it is. We don't fall for the traditional Christmas and Easter worship and false gods and all of this. But for ordinary people that don't know history and don't know religion like we do, then they fall to this. They fall prey to this because they don't know. And a lot of them because they don't want to know. But for the genuine, I think the history is important. And I think we should hold on to some of that. And even let's say in the museum, just so that we can understand the pitfalls and be able to teach people not to fall prey to them.
Okay.
So a lot of this pagan worship holiday is because we don't know history.
So when I went to the Israeli Museum, I had a couple of epiphany moments when I seen the statues and I realized what they were called, and I realized their names in Hebrew and what they were in other languages. That showed me a great deal of history that the Bible didn't show me, but the Bible talked about that I didn't exactly understand. I'm just saying that. And your point about history, Ryan, I like, and the point about destroying them all, I hear, and I'm thinking, okay, but so the part of me that's being drawn out here is I love history, and we need to keep history so people can learn about it. And if we destroy all the history, how are you going to learn about it? Anyway, that's just.
Can you just say people worshipped other gods and statues without going into details, and say there's only one God and his name is
Okay,
Jehovah,
so-
and none of that is important? Why didn't God tell them when they went into Israel, into the Canaan, Why didn't he say, well, let's keep some of these in a museum so we can know what not to do? He didn't say that. He said
I know he
destroy
did.
them.
Yeah.
Don't even
So
mention them. They don't
how do
exist. Sorry.
how do we get to worship the sun? How did sun worship develop? Right? Like I know the answer, but it's one of those teachings I'm going to be working on. Now I'm wanting to even work on it, but it's one of the teachings I want to work on. And to follow that trail is an amazing thing. It reveals so much about our paganism that we do today. Shane, again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep it short, but I'm making it longer myself. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of people here with about going to destroy them, but I'm going to leave that to Jehovah to send someone to destroy them. Because I'm living in the land still that has laws. And if I go to destroy, if I walk into a Chinese restaurant with a big Buddha sitting there and destroy it, I'm probably going to get arrested
Yeah.
or damage, right? So a lot of you, I'm going to have to bail out. So
Yeah, I've qualified this as in 2046, the seventh millennium is here, and King David is now in charge. That's where I qualified it.
yeah, maybe he sent Josiah when he destroyed all the idols and stuff, but that's what I'll just leave it at that.
Did Josiah keep any as remnants for the history books? Good point.
Don't know.
I don't think he did. Okay, Danny. Danny, is your mic on? Okay, well, Danny's
Can you hear me?
figuring out yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well, I was just reading back to First Kings of it says of Jehoshaphat was 35 years old. This is in First Kings 22, verse 42 and 43. So Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem. So and then you continue to 43, walk in all the ways of Asa his father. He did not turn aside from doing what was right in the sight of the Lord, yet the high places were not taken away, and the people still sacrificed and made offerings on the high places. So basically, even though he was righteous, he didn't do what was truly right in the eyes of God, and that is to bring down all of those high places that people are still sacrificing. He should have done something like that. So I leave it up to you guys about that. For me, it would be better to just go ahead and destroy him, so that it's good for history's sake, but for us to even behold it, to see it, may just invite something else that you and I don't have control with, as far as how people would react to those. And so I leave it there for you guys.
Okay, Mike, and I'm going to give you the last word, Mike, and then we're going to jump over to Isaiah.
Right, thanks. Yeah, the question is, we have these idols in the world, we keep them in museums. Do we destroy them by fire, or do we use them to teach about the influence of Satan? I think right now, the influence of Satan is in the world. We use them for that purpose. However, there is coming a time when the earth is cleansed with fire, and they will be destroyed at that time. And the question's kind of like asking, what happened to the museums in Noah's time? Well, they were destroyed by the flood. What's going to happen to the museums in our time? They'll be destroyed by fire. Those things will eventually be destroyed by fire. And what you mentioned about, you're talking about 2045. And Shane mentioned, if I go somewhere now, I'll be breaking the law if I do that now. But we'll have a different law at that time. And the law at that time will be, cleanse the earth of these things. So we're really talking about a timing issue. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, very good. I would like to ask, but I shouldn't. We brought it up last week. I didn't get to bring it up last week, and it's the Red Sea or the Red Sea, and I think that's verse 31. We got to say that for another day, though. But think about that. Do we say Reed Sea or Red Sea? What's the proper And what's the implication when you do that? That's a whole other discussion. We're just out of time now. We got to get over to Isaiah. And Sombra is reading Isaiah chapter 30 for us.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Sombra.
I am reading out of the Stones Tanakh. And, okay. Woe, O wayward sons, the word of Jehovah, who takes counsel, but not from me, and who accept a ruler, but not my spirit, in order to add sin upon sin, who are going to descend to Egypt, but not inquire of my mouth, to seek strength in Pharaoh's stronghold, and to take shelter in Egypt's shade. Pharaoh's stronghold will be a shame for you, and the shelter of Egypt's shade will be a humiliation. For its officers were in Zoan, its messengers have reached Hanes. Everyone has been shamed by this people who cannot benefit them, not of assistance and not of benefit, but for shame and even for disgrace. They load animals to travel to the south, through a land of affliction and adversity, mature lion and young lion among them, viper and flying serpent. They carry their wealth upon the shoulders of young donkeys and their riches upon the camel's hump, to a people who cannot provide benefit. As for Egypt, they will help with vanity and emptiness. Therefore I say this, they are arrogant, sitting idle, inscribed in a book, and let it remain until the final days, forever, for eternity. For it is a rebellious people, dishonest children, children who are not willing to hear the teaching of Jehovah, who say to their seers, do not see, and to the prophets, do not see true visions for us. Speak pleasant things to us. See fantasies for us. Veer away from, stray from the path. Veer away from the way, stray away from the path. Remove from our presence the word of the Holy One of Israel. Therefore, thus says the Holy One of Israel, since you've despised this word and you trusted in robbery and waywardness and have depended on it, therefore this sin will be for you like the breach of a fallen wall, like a bulge in a lofty wall, whose collapse comes with quick suddenness. God will break it as one breaks the potter's flask into fragments. He will have no pity. There will not be found among the fragments a shard to scrape a burning coal from a fire or to scoop water from a cistern. For thus says my Jehovah, my Lord Jehovah Elohim, the Holy One of Israel, in stillness and peacefulness will you be saved. In quiet and in confidence will be your might. But you did not consent. And you said, not so. We will flee on a horse. Therefore you will flee, and we will ride upon swift animals, and therefore your pursuers will be swifter. 1,000 will flee from the shout of one, and from the shout of 5 you will all flee, until you will be left like a mast on the top of a mountain, like a pole atop a hill. Therefore, Jehovah will delay in showing you grace, and therefore he will be aloof from showing you mercy. For Jehovah is a God of justice, praiseworthy of those who yearn for him. For a people will dwell in Zion, in Jerusalem. You will not have to weep. He will surely show you grace at the sound of your outcry. When he hears, he will answer you. Jehovah will give you meager bread and scant water. Your teacher will no longer be hidden behind his garment, and your eyes will behold your teacher. And your ears will listen even to a word spoken from behind you, saying, this is the path, walk in it, whether you go to your right or to your left. You will contaminate the coating of your silver graven idol, or the embellishment of your golden molten images. You will cast them away like someone unclean. You will tell it, be gone. God will give rain for your seed that you will sow in the ground, and bread from the produce of the ground. It will be fat and rich. Your livestock will graze in a broad pasture on that day. The oxen and the young donkeys that work the land will eat enriched fodder, which has been winnowed with a shovel and a fan. On every high mountain and on every exalted hill, there will be pools, rivulets of water, on the day of the great killing, when great ones fall. The light of the moon will be like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be 7 times as strong, like the light of 7 days, on the day that Jehovah bandages the injury of his people and heals the wound of his blow. Behold, the name of Jehovah is coming from afar. His anger is flaring, and the burning is heavy. His lips are full of rage, and his tongue is like a consuming fire. His breath is like a raging stream that reaches up to the neck, to sift the nations in a faulty sieve, and to be a diverting bridle upon the cheeks of the nations. The song will be yours like the night of the festival's consecration, and heartfelt gladness like one who walks.
Sorry, Sombra. Sombra, can you go back, just read 28 through to 29 again? Did you leave something out there?
Okay, 28. His breath is like a raging, is that where you want me to start?
Yep.
Okay. His breath is like a raging stream that reaches up to the neck, to sift the nation in a faulty sieve, and to be a diverted bridle upon the cheek of the nation. The song will be yours like the night of the festival's consecration, and heartfelt.
So just so you know, right in there, just before you went to 29, it says causing them to err is what my modern King James says. Okay. Carry on.
And heartfelt gladness like one who walks with a flute to come into the mountain of Jehovah, to the rock of Israel. Jehovah will make heard the majesty of his voice, and he will show the potency of his arm, with raging anger and with flame of a consuming fire, with smashing torrent and hailstone. For Assyria will become devastated by the voice of Jehovah, as if he struck with the stick. And it shall be with that voice, and it shall be with every passage of the firm staff that Jehovah will place upon him there will be timbrels and harps, and he will fight wars against them like waving of the hand. For hell has been prepared from yesterday. It has been readied even for the king. God has deepened and widened it. Its inferno has much fire and wood, and the breath of Jehovah is like a stream of sulfur burning within it.
Thank you.
In my verse 29, there is an asterisk there. And where the asterisk is, so let me read it and put in what the asterisk would say. The song will be yours like the night of the festival's consecration, the night of the first Passover, and the heartfelt gladness like one who walks with a flute to come into the mountain of Jehovah, the rock of Israel. So does that put back in what you were looking for?
No, it just says causing them to err. Okay, let's keep on reading though. I think we should keep on reading. There's a lot.
To me, that whole chapter kind of answers everything we just midrashed about.
I know. I'm thinking the same thing. Wow. Anyway, that's pretty awesome. Chapter 31. Shane.
Yep. Woe to those who go down to Egypt for help and rely on horses, who trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong. But do not look to the Holy One of Israel, or consult the Lord. And yet he is wise and brings disaster. He does not call back his words, but will arise against the house of the evildoers and against the helpers of those who work iniquity. The Egyptians are man and not God, and their horses are flesh and not spirit. When the Lord stretches out his hand, the helper will stumble, and he who is helped will fall, and they will all perish together. For thus the Lord said to me, as a lion or a young lion growls over his prey, and when a band of shepherds is called out against him, he is not terrified by their shouting or daunted at their noise. So the Lord of hosts will come down to fight on Mount Zion and on its hill, like birds hovering, so the Lord of hosts will protect Jerusalem. He will protect and deliver it. He will spare and rescue it. Turn to him from whom people have deeply revolted, O children of Israel. For in that day everyone shall cast away his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which your hands have sinfully made for you. And the Assyrian shall fall by the sword, not of man, and the sword, not of man, shall devour him. And he shall flee from the sword, and his young men shall be put to forced labor. His rock shall pass away in terror, and his officers desert the standard in panic, declares the Lord, whose fire is in Zion, and whose furnace is in Jerusalem.
Thank you, Shane. Boy, am I seeing a theme here developing. Danny is going to read chapter 32.
Right. I'm reading in ESV, so just follow me over there. Behold, a king will reign in righteousness, and princes will rule in justice. Each will be like a hiding place from the wind, a shelter from the storm, like streams of water in a dry place, like the shade of a great rock in a weary land. Then the eyes of those who see will not be closed, and the ears of those who hear will give attention. The heart of the hasty will understand and know, and the tongue of stammers will hasten speak distinctly. The fool will no more be called noble, nor the scoundrel said to be honorable. For the fool speaks folly, and his heart is busy with iniquity, to practice ungodliness, to utter error concerning the Lord, to leave the craving of the hungry unsatisfied, and to deprive the thirsty of drink. As for the scoundrel, his devices are evil, his plans wicked schemes to ruin the poor with lying words, even when the plea of the needy is right. But he who is noble plans noble things, and on noble things he stands. Rise up, you women who are at ease. Hear my voice, you complacent daughters. Give ear to my speech. Verse 10. In a little more than a year, you will shudder, you complacent women, for the grape harvest fails, the fruit harvest will not come. Tremble, you women who are at ease. Shudder, you complacent ones. Strip and make yourselves bare, and tie sackcloth around your waist. Beat your breast for the pleasant fields, for the fruitful vine, for the soul of my people growing up in thorns and briars. Yes, for all the joyous houses in the exultant city. For the palace is forsaken, the populous city is deserted. The hill and the watchtower will become dens forever, a joy of wild donkeys, a pasture of flocks, until the Spirit is poured upon us from on high, and the wilderness becomes a fruitful field, and the fruitful field is deemed a forest. Then justice will dwell in the wilderness, and righteousness abide in the fruitful field. And the effect of righteousness will be peace, and the result of righteousness, quietness and trust forever. Verse 18, my people will abide in a peaceful habitation, in secure dwellings, and in quiet resting places. And it will hail when the forest falls down, and the city will be utterly laid low. Happy are you who sow beside all waters, who let the feet of the ox and the donkey range free. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Yvette, do you want to finish off this section with chapter 33?
Very good. Woe to thee that spoilest, and thou was not spoiled, and dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou shalt cease to spoil, thou shalt be spoiled. And when thou shalt make an end to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee. O Lord, be gracious unto us. We have waited for thee. Be thou their arm every morning, our salvation, as in the time of trouble. At the noise of the tumult, the people fled. At the lifting up of thyself, the nations were scattered. And your spoil shall be gathered like the gathering of the caterpillar, as the running to and fro of locusts shall he run upon them. The Lord is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He has filled Zion with judgment and righteousness, and wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of the times, and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure. Behold, their valiant ones shall cry without. The ambassadors of peace shall weep bitterly. The highways lie waste. The wayfaring man cease. He has broken the covenant. He has despised the cities. He regards no man. The earth mourns and languish. Lebanon is ashamed and hewn down. Sharon is like a wilderness, and Bashan and Carmel shake off their fruits. Now I will rise, says the Lord. Now I will be exalted. Now I will lift up myself. Ye shall conceive chaff. Ye shall bring forth stubble. Your breath as fire shall devour you. And the people shall be as the burnings of lime. As thorns cut up shall they be burned in the fire. Hear ye that are far off what I have done, and ye that are near acknowledge my might. The sinners in Zion are afraid. Fearfulness hath surprised the hypocrites. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Who among us shall dwell with everlasting burnings? He that walk righteously and speak uprightly, he that despises the gain of oppressions, that shaketh his hands from holding of bribes, that stoppeth his ears from hearing of blood, and shutteth his eyes from seeing the evil. He shall dwell on high, his place of defense shall be the munitions of rocks. Bread shall be given him, his waters shall be sure. Thine eyes see the king in his beauty, they shall behold the land that is very far off. Thine heart shall meditate terror. Where is the scribe? Where is the receiver? Where is he that counteth the towers? Thou shalt not see a fierce people, a people of a deeper speech than thou canst perceive, of a stammering tongue that thou canst not understand. Look upon Zion, the city of our solemnities. Thine eyes shall see Jerusalem, a quiet habitation, a tabernacle that shall not be taken down. Not one of the stakes thereof shall ever be removed, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. But there the glorious Lord will be unto us a place of broad rivers and streams, wherein shall go no galley with oars, nor shall gallant ships pass thereby. For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our king, he will save us. Thy tacklings are loosed, they could not well strengthen their mast, they could not spread the sail. Then is the prey of the great spoil divided, the lame take the prey, and the inhabitant shall not say, I am sick, the people that dwell therein shall be forgiven their iniquities.
Thank you, Yvette. So, I'm seeing a thing here. It's already commented on it. It starts off with the worshiping of statues, which is something we just spent a lot of time on. Not that I planned this. It's just, wow, there it is again. And then it's woe to those who are going down to Egypt. And Egypt here has got a, who does Egypt represent? Yvette?
You know, it says woe 3 times that we've read, and I was just wondering, are we given a warning? Are these warnings to us?
Yes. When is this time spoken of here? What time is this? Remember, Isaiah is a prophet to Hezekiah, the king of Judah. He's prophesying 120 some odd years after Israel's already gone into captivity. If I got my numbers right, roughly. When is this whole thing seems to be prophesying about a certain time? What is it?
I would say tribulation.
I would say our time right now. The theme that I keep seeing here is fire, hail, flame. I didn't see any whirlwinds on any of this, but fire and flame. So Paul or Peter says, the first destruction of the earth is going to be by flood, and then the second one, I think it's second Peter 2 or 1 Peter 2, one of them. The second time is going to be by fire, and that seems to be what Isaiah is saying here: fire and hail. And what do we got going on in the world right now? Canada, the massive fires that, when hardly few people live, but they're just huge fires. What's about to start in the United States? What's been going on through the Bible Belt? All this huge hail. I've seen pictures of hail this big, almost as big as my head. And then I wrote the article about what a talent of hail would look like and how big a storm that would take to cause that. Shane.
I'm just asking about a word, if this word means hail. Isaiah 30:33, the Tophet?
No, it doesn't mean hail. Tophet, Isaiah 30:33.
It's a place of cremation, and it says a place in the southeast end of the valley of the son of Hinnom, south of Jerusalem. Is that the same?
Okay, so Tophet, well, it's, if you've been to Jerusalem, Tophet is directly across the Gehenna Valley on the south. It's on the southeast corner of the Gehenna Valley and the Kidron Valley. So where those two valleys meet. So if you know where the Gihon Spring is, if you come out the gate to go on that road there and you walk down that road, you'll walk directly into Tophet.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
okay.
Yes, I forgot who I was talking to for a moment. Tophet, you know where it is. If you look across from the Mount of Golgotha, you look down at the city of David. To the left-hand side, there's a valley, a road snaking up on the left there. You know what I'm talking about?
Underneath where United Nations is at.
Yes.
Yep.
Where that at the bottom there, that's Tophet.
Okay.
So what is Tophet? Let's go there. What is Tophet? Tom?
Well, I was going to mention how JPS translates it for a hearth is ordained. A hearth. A hearth. H-E-A-R-T.
A hearth as in like a fireplace?
Yeah, a hearth is ordered of old. The concordant version also has for arranged since yesterday was the pyre, P-Y-R-E. So it's definitely got something to do with flame. But Tophet, like you say, King James, modern King James, Young's literal has Tophet. So I just
So
thought I'd mention that.
modern King James is what I'm reading. For Tophet was established of old. Yes, for the king is prepared. He is okay. You got to put you on mute there, Tom, because Shalom's still talking. Um, he has made it deep and large. Its fire is fire, and with much wood. The breath of the Lord, like a stream of brimstone, kindles it. What is that talking about? This is such a huge understanding to contemplate. Does anyone know what this is?
No, but it stuck out to me. That's why I asked about first.
No, I had a note to mention it, but if you don't know what it is, then I do have to talk about this.
Okay, so when I read it from the stones, the word is in the stones is for hell. And then if it has a little asterisk after it, and if you go over to the little asterisk, it says Isaiah 30, verse 33. Isaiah describes hell that will accommodate all the wicked who would perish on that day. But if you go to the Hebrew text and you start from the original Hebrew text, it says Tophet. So then if I click on Tophet, a place near Jerusalem, Tophet. And then you go to the root word.
That's all they're saying?
Yep.
This is huge.
Well, now
okay, keep going.
Okay, so I'm going to the original Hebrew, and the original Hebrew says the word Tophet. And then if you, like on the e-swords, if you go to the ancient Hebrew, from the word Tophet, Tophetha, Tophet, now you get to the root of the word, the tav pei, and that means to beat, or kind of like a tambourine, the beating of the tambourine. Spite. So it says from the base of a smiting, that is figuratively contempt, tabre. So the place of Tophet is a place of smiting. The place, Tophet, is that place of consequence.
Hang on. Okay, so
what's
just
smiting though?
hold everything that you've just said, hold it close to your breast, because, man, you guys, I can't believe you guys don't know what this is talking about.
Well, in Second Kings.
Hang on, let me go here first, because somebody just posted this in chat. I forgot who it was. It says, this is Jeremiah 7, verse 31. They have built the high places of Tophet. Who is they? What did they build? What are the high places of Tophet? Which is in the valley of the son of Hinnon. Where's Hinnon? To burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command them, nor did it come into my heart. Verse 30, let's just jump up. The sons of Judah have done evil in my sight, says Jehovah. They have set their abominations, the statue of Molech, in the houses which is called by my name, in order to defile it. What is this Tophet talking about? Yes, it's hell. But it's more than that. Hell is the English word for the grave. This is a graveyard. Whose graveyard? First of all, it's in the valley of Gehenna. The valley of Gehenna is also known as Gehenna, hell.
The dump.
That's where we get, hang on. It's the Gehenna hell. So it's not just a fire, it's not just a dump, it's Gehenna hell. That's where we get burning in hell forever from, because the fire never went out. All this is tied up into this word. What?
So can you go back to that Jeremiah verse? Because what you're talking about to me, bringing it back to that word principalities.
Oops, I got to share it. Don't go off on principalities on me. Stay on the point here.
But I am. because when you are constantly under the authority of these principalities, that is this smiting, that is this burning in hell, that is the hell that we feel when we're constantly
No, stop. You're going off on something totally wrong here. What this is the killing of children, passing them through the fire to the statue of Molech. And they would smite the children. They would kill the children. This is passing them through the fire. This is what we did on December 25th, on the birthday of the god Molech.
Okay, so then you've
We
got
did
another
this in
reference to
Tophet, at the bottom of the Kidron and the Gehenna Valley. That's where we did it, right outside the city of David, right beside the temple of Jehovah.
Well,
and we
but no,
beat,
this says
hang
even
on,
in the place where it called by his name.
hang on. We beat the drums. We beat the drums so loud that we can't hear the children screaming, because we're doing it while they're alive.
Right.
This is what Solomon did. This is the statue that Solomon built on the south end of Golgotha. But they moved it from there down into the Gehenna Valley, so it'd be closer to the temple.
Right. It
This
says
is the-
they have set these abominations in the house which is called by my name. So they've put these abominations in the place that's supposed to be under Jehovah's authority. In other words, they're trying to say that this is the authority that they're submitting to.
So the same thing goes on today. And it's called abortion.
Sure.
This whole thing that we've read today is talking about the end times. We don't have a Tophet statue. We don't have a Gehenna fire to burn the infants. And they've even found at these Molech statues infants in jars in the fetal position that are all burnt up.
Well, listen to this. We actually do somewhat commemorate. It's a little detached, but it's the Santa. Santa. It's the same idea. You put the child on the lap of the Santa, and Santa is Molech.
Yep.
So Molech,
and that's why Santa's red.
Yep.
Molech used to have his hands out in front of him, and they would slightly tip down, and they would put the child in the hands when the statue was red hot. They would fill the statue in the back. We were say all this wood. Some places say here all this wood.
Yeah.
Lots of wood. Verse 33. Stream of brimstone. Brimstone is like sulfur or sulfur balls that burn real hot. They get the statue glowing red hot, and then they take the live baby, put it on the statue, and as the baby screams, they're beating the drum so you can't hear it. This baby rolls off the hands as it shrivels up. It rolls off the hands into the pit below. And in that pit below are hundreds, if not thousands, of other little infants. And this is the God that we worship because we did not want to obey the one that wrote the Torah.
But it's
So we
the same
worship.
thing we put our kids in school. We're sacrificing our children to the systems of this
It's
world.
not the same thing. It's not the same thing. We are killing babies in this act. We are killing babies, and those are, up to 7, 8 years old. We're killing them today by is it billions or millions? How many children have been killed in just the United States?
Like 70 million or something ridiculous.
Is it millions? Yeah. Now take that and just apply that to the entire world. How many millions are we killing every day? So this thing is for the last days. This is Jehovah pissed off at the world for nobody stands up for the child, the unborn. Those people that do, they're religious holy rollers, and they're just nutcases. This is our society. This is today. This prophecy's talking about it today, is giving us a graphic picture of Tophet at that time. And if you don't know what Tophet is, then you're going to misunderstand what Isaiah is talking about. The sacrifice, the abortion of your fetus, your live fetus. This is the afterbirth. The child doesn't get killed during the first 6 weeks. It's killed after it's born when it's 1, 2, 3 years old.
And he makes the baby, he knits him in the womb. He's the start of that creation. So he knows this baby even before it's born.
Yeah. This is a huge verse. And if you don't understand Tophet, you need to do your homework, because that is what Christmas is all about.
Oh, you can go to 2 Kings 23:10 and see what King Josiah did. He desecrated Tophet.
So when he desecrated Tophet, that means he turned it into a dung heap. He pooped on it. Hamashit.
To prevent the practice of sacrificing children to Moloch.
And is that
Yes.
the place you talked about in your newsletter? Is the valley of corruption? Is that what you said?
This is slaughter.
Yeah. So it's the valley. So Hamashit. So it's the valley of Hama. It's not the valley of Hama. It's the mount of Hama, which is Hama.
Mount of corruption.
Not the mount of corruption. That's the mount of unction.
No.
The mount of unction. The mount of being holy. Be ye holy as I am holy. The mount. So you put the oil on you from the olives on the mount of unction, which is Mount Golgotha. Now it's called the Mount of Hamashit, the mount of the opposite of unction or holiness is Hamashit, where it's a mount of corruption now because of this Molech statue. Again, there, I typed the newsletter into our study today. Who knew? That's where Solomon set up the statue to Molech. That's where Tophet at the bottom in the valley was set up. This is, okay, I get, there's an 80-page article somewhere on my website about this. This is a huge deal.
So one more thing.
But hang on, not only did Israel get kicked out of the land for this, and Judah kicked out of the land for this, but they imported this worship to what's the town in North Africa, in Tunisia, starts with a C, Carthage. And they imported it there, and they made the statue even bigger, so they can do more children. And Rome, pagan Rome, was so disgusted with the Carthaginians that they salted the entire city so that nothing would ever grow there. That's the Romans. That's how deprived Israel became in this worship.
So now Somber had mentioned that that's where there was an allusion to, that's where he put his name. That's right there. Tophet is right there, is it not? Didn't you mention that, Somber, where he put his name or where his name is or something? I forget what you quoted.
Yeah, it was in Joe's verses.
If you get Shane, can you pull up the letter Shin, the name of the city of David, letter Shin and the valleys? Can you find that? Google that and pull it up here.
Yep.
And I'll show you where his name is, and I'll show you where this valley is.
So there is correlation.
Yes. And Somber, I was cutting you off. I didn't want you to diverge away from this subject here and get into some spiritual. This is real. So,
but I think you can extrapolate it and say it's all about trying to steal our children's spiritual life. And when the children are no longer under their parents' authority and they go out to the school system, the school doesn't teach them God's ways.
No,
it's a different kind of death.
Okay. So here's the letter Shin. On the right-hand side is the Kidron Valley. Yep. And to the right of that, right where the little box starts, yeah, right there, that's Golgotha. And at the southern end of Golgotha, down about, right where your mouse is to the right, over to the box, over to the box. Yep, right there. That's the edge of the Mount Golgotha. That's where the statue of Molech was. That part of the mountain fell into the pit, which is south of there. In 863, after Josiah turned it into a hamashi, a place where they urinate, then the earthquake came and it fell into the pit. The black line going up to the left, no, the other left, yep, that is the Kidron Valley. That at the end of that is right at the Jaffa Gate. At the very top, yeah, that's right at the Jaffa Gate. The one going up the middle here is the Cheesemaker Valley. Right at the bottom where the Cheesemaker Valley meets the Kidron Valley, right where your mouse is, yep. On that mountain to the south of your mouse, is right, yeah, but right at the very bottom, right where it meets the black, yeah, right there. That is Tophet. That is where they killed all these babies. So from where his mouse is now, go up to where the purple ends there, and yeah, right there. No, come back down a little bit more. Right, just a little bit south of that is the Gihon Spring. And that's where the temple used to stand. That's where Temple Zero, the Shem stone, now is. Right there where his mouse is. That distance from there to Tophet is 10-minute walk at the most. It's very close. So the babies screaming could be heard in the temple. But they were drowned out by louder and more drums. The whole city of David in the purple could hear this, and half of it could watch it. This is where Jehovah puts his name. Where's that verse that says that? So the tambourines, in verse 30, sorry?
Yeah, it was in your Jeremiah verses.
Jeremiah verses. Okay. So in verse 32, it's talking about the tambourines and harps. They were also playing at this time. That's, again, this is one of those things that gets me ticked off. And so what do we do with this now? We take it and we start doing it. Let's do Christmas together.
So this is the point. He says, have no other gods in my face. I can just see how angry I would be if I kept getting somebody poking me and making fun and saying, oh, you don't like this? I'm going to keep doing it. That would burn me. That's what we're doing to him.
You're spot on, Glenn. And so is that what we're doing with the museums and keeping these reminders, like the statues of Molech out front? And when those babies are brought up in the 7th millennium and they get to see the place that they were killed, would we want to keep that in the museum?
Also, Jeremiah renames that valley as Valley of Slaughter.
Yeah. So, can you put that map back up, Shane?
Okay.
He just neatly put it away.
I know. So on the right-hand side, that is the Kidron Valley. And Golgotha, down where that chart starts, right in that area, Golgotha is the altar of Jehovah. And what do you sprinkle on the altar? Every blood sacrifice is sprinkled on the side of the altar, splashed on the side of the altar. This altar is Golgotha. The valley coming up here, the Kidron Valley, is also called the Jehoshaphat Valley. And in the Jehoshaphat Valley, the blood in Revelation will rise up to the horse's bridle. That's 5 feet tall, unless it's a little mini pony, but it's 5 feet tall. That's the blood of all these nations being splashed on the altar of Jehovah, Golgotha. It's called the Jehoshaphat Valley, the Valley of Judgment.
And Joel talked about that too.
I'm sorry, Glenn.
That's yet to come.
That's yet to come. And who was the other one trying to say something?
And Joel talks about this too, the Valley of Jehoshaphat.
Yes. So that, again, everything you're reading here in Isaiah, and we've zeroed in on just this one verse, but he's talking about fire, he's talking about judgment, he's talking about the end of the 6th millennial day, where we're at. So everything that Isaiah is saying here has to do with our time now. I want to go back. Is there any other question about Tophet that, my emotions haven't said already?
Joe, the article that you mentioned that was 80 pages long, was it the one about abortion and Moloch?
Could be, yeah. Is it 80 pages long?
It's a newsletter, it's long.
Yeah. I want to go back to anyone else before I move on. I'm going to move on to something else here. I want to go to Isaiah 30, verse 26. Moreover, the light of the moon will be as light of the sun. Okay? How can the moon be that bright that it makes, I'm looking outside right now, I can see everywhere. But then the sun, the light of the sun will be sevenfold as the light of 7 days.
That's going to get hot.
Well, is it hot? It doesn't say hot.
It's going to
It
burn.
says it's going to be so bright. I don't even know if your sunglasses will be able to take it.
Well, you'll essentially burn from sunburn.
Yes.
I mean, if you're out.
But, okay, so are we about to go into an elliptical maneuver closer to the sun? Is that going to line up Revelation 16:9 that says it's going to get so hot, but men will curse God but they won't repent? Everything that we read in Isaiah here is about fire. Fire. Again, going back to Peter. This goes back to the thief in the night teaching. Oh, Hollywood's got her glasses on again. This goes back to the teaching of Peter. Peter says, first by flood, then by fire. Now, go back to my teaching about the thief in the night coming in 2024. What does he do when he finds you asleep? He puts you on fire. Is not all of this stuff lining up together and showing you that our Messiah, Jehovah, is here, lighting the world on fire because the world is asleep. Nobody knows that he's coming. And I find it, because it's taxing to me. I'm telling you this stuff. I see the disasters going out throughout the States. I see the disasters in northern Canada. But I look out here. It's a beautiful, calm day. The trees are green. The lilacs have just finished. The bridal wreaths are now blooming. The tulips are blooming. The irises are blooming. The water's beautiful blue. Are we really in the last days, Joe? If I look out my window here, I'd say no. If I go to London, Kentucky, I'd say, If I go to Texas and it's scorching hot and hail's coming down, I say, what is going on?
Joe, you asked about the sun. Mike just put in the chat. We are in a solar maximum that mirrors the solar maximum that occurred in the days of Lot.
Okay.
Like in the days of Lot.
There was, I don't know, but 2 years ago, maybe we had a talk about this on YouTube, you and I, Joe, where I was saying, mankind's doing wars and all kinds of things like that. But God is more powerful and he's doing things with the sun, with the moon. He's doing things in the stars, and that's one of the things that's happened. I used to work in space on satellites and stuff, and that's one of the issues right now. We have tons of solar flares and the solar radiation. We send stuff up, we have to encase it in sheets of really thick metal so the circuit board doesn't get fried. But it's historically we go through solar minimums and maximums. Every 11 years the sun goes through a cycle, but it goes through large ones. There was a time in early American history that was like really cold because we were in a low cycle, and
Yeah.
they call it the mini ice age. But you can Google this stuff. But yeah,
Yep.
the time
So,
allot,
Mike,
the calendar behind you, the time allot, it's the same maximum we're in now.
okay, so Mike, if you could, because I don't follow that stuff very much. I hear a lot of people talking about it, and so, and I go yawn. Like it's just okay. We have another bio because another big solar flare coming, and all the hydro is going to go out everywhere, and nothing ever happens. And the same as people watching all these earthquakes and all the earthquakes. There's 3.4, there's 4 and 5. Nothing happens, and I get tired of all those warnings. So if you can briefly, is this solar, not solar, this maximum, because I've been hearing that we're in a maximum, then I'm hearing we're in a minimum, and I have other scientists that I've read that say this is all BS. And is this really connected to what we're reading here in Isaiah 30, verse 26? Is it real or is it not really? Well, you say you're saying
Talk
stuff
to
in the sun.
Cyrus. Talk to Cyrus.
Yeah, it's one of these things that the data's out there and it is there, but yeah, it's one of these things of that's not how I gauge my predictions of things are. I notice it. I can't help but see the data and find it interesting. But I think what it is really what we're seeing is we're seeing the curses happen. We're seeing the things happen, and then the nerd in me says, well, what's the data behind it that says, oh, I can explain this mathematically, or I can explain this scientifically. I don't use it to predict. I use it to say, oh, this is how it's technically being done. It'd be like, saying how did these towns get wiped away? Well, there was something that blew away the towns and the plains that Lot had to leave. Well, that was a astronomical event, but we read the scriptures and he explains what happened. Things fell from heaven, but people that go there, they find little balls of sulfur in the ground. So it's just tying science to what's happening. But yeah, I'm not using it as my my wicking stone to find water or whatever they call it, a wicking stick. I'm not doing it that way. Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. Let me go. I want to point out something else here. I want to talk about the equinox for a moment. Okay. So in our, in the tombstones of Zohar, we have, 20 tombstones, I think it is. I forgot the exact number. Maybe it's 12. 12 tombstones that categorically prove that the equinox is not part of the equation and that they kept Passover many times before the equinox in the, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th centuries. Now, people use the equinox because that word is in the Bible, but they've really mistranslated it. And I'm saying that because if we do the same thing that they're doing, taking a word out of context and making it apply to the 20th century, we go to chapter 30, verse 8. Chapter 30, verse 8. Now go, write before them on a tablet. So God is talking to Isaiah, who is writing all this stuff down on his Mac tablet, his computer. It's proof right there. Let me show you. You don't believe me? I'll show you. I'm going to share my screen, pull up eSword, and Isaiah. Where's Isaiah? Right there. 30, verse 8. Now go write it before them in a tablet. There it is right there. So I know for sure they had computers in Isaiah's day, and we've only just reinvented them in the last 50 years because somebody was able to understand that Isaiah had a tablet before, and therefore he was the first inventor of it. He was probably a very rich man like, the Mac guy is. So there, case done. I proved my case.
Now, if we were to exist 100 years from now, that people could read that and very well may think that.
But yes, but people use a similar thing when they go to the equinox, and they do that with the equinox word. It's the exact same thing. Okay, so you've taken a word out of context and applied it to the 21st century and said, there, see? And it's not right. It's a ridiculous example, but it's what people do. Okay, what else have I got here? We've done the fire and hail, 31 verse 8. 31 verse 8. What have I got there? The Assyrian shall fall by a sword, not of man, and a sword not of mankind shall devour him, but he shall flee from the sword. Okay, let me put my screen back up here again. (31:8). What is the word sword? What is it telling you? And the Assyrians, so this is shall fall. So the Assyrians, I believe, are Germany in the last days. They will fall after they've done their destruction of Israel with the sword. Let me see, what's this word? Waste. There's the word. Kerib. Sword, knife, tools for cutting stone. Kereb, go down here. Kereb, grout. Boom.
Yep.
Also a cutting instrument from its destructive. I was fooled by this word for so long, thinking that in the middle of the 70th Jubilee Cycle, Israel was going to suffer. So the plague is famine. A famine, sword, and famine, sword, and pestilence. That's the fourth curse of the fourth cycle, Leviticus 26. There's the meaning of sword, kereb. What was put outside the garden? 2 cherubim with swords, flaming swords. 2 cherubim, 2 angels. So what is Assyria going to be killed with? The sword? Is it the war? Is Russia going to invade Europe? Or is it with drought? Or is it with both? Sombra.
I want to go back to the equinox thing. I want to read from the Stones Cry Out, because that was the last thing I read before I put the book down the last time I read.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so on page 157, down at the bottom, says another interesting development during the calendar reformation by Julius Caesar was when he set the equinox. Our English word equinox is derived from the Latin word equinoctium, which comes from 2 Latin words, equius, meaning equal, and nox, meaning night. When Julius Caesar established the Julian calendar in 45 BC, he set March 25 as the date of the spring equinox. This was already the starting day of the year in the Persian and Indian calendars, because the Julian year is longer than the tropical year by about 11.3 minutes on average, or 1 day in 128 years. The calendar drifted with respect to the 2 equinoxes, so that in 300 AD, the spring equinox occurred on about 21 March, and by 1580s AD, it had drifted backwards to 11 March. This drift induced Pope Gregory the X11, so that's 13th, to establish the modern Gregorian calendar. The Pope wanted to continue to conform with the edict of the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD concerning the date of Easter, which means He wanted to move the vernal equinox to the date on which it fell at that time. 21 March is the day allocated to it in the Easter table of the Julian calendar, and to maintain it at around the date in the future, which he achieved by reducing the number of leap years from 100 to 97 every 400 years. However, there remains a small residual variation in the date and time of the vernal equinox of at about 27 hours from its mean position, virtually all because the distribution of the 24-hour centurial leap days causes large jumps. Back to Joe's words. I find it amazing that the equinox was set by Julius Caesar, and even the word equinox comes from the Latin and not the Egyptian, Babylonian, or Greek languages, where various calendars were well established long before Rome. Again, we are seeing that the equinox was not originally part of the Hebrew calendar or calculations, but it was used in the Council of Nicaea to begin to calculate Easter, which is what Constantine wanted in order to no longer be dependent upon the Jews who went by the crescent moon and barley to begin the year. So I will cease there, but yeah.
Good book. Great book. I would love to read
Fantastic
that book.
Y'all should read this book.
Ryan, go ahead.
When I hear the word drought that you're pointing out, I'm thinking of Elijah.
Drought.
Drought. Yeah, sorry. Drought. I'm thinking of Elijah shutting up the heavens, right? Which is the power that he gives to the two witnesses in Revelation 11. So could this be a connection between this and the two witnesses?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you have no rain, it says in Revelation, there's no rain anywhere on the earth for 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
The first half year is going to be like a joke. Who are these guys? The next year will start, those guys said something, and it's going to start to hurt. The second year, people start to run out of food. In the third year, they die. So yeah, it has absolutely everything is coming together in this fifth sabbatical cycle. The timing, everything's starting to fit together. What we didn't understand 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago when I started doing this is now becoming more and more clear as we get closer and closer to it.
So that lands at 2030 when the witnesses die. They will have fulfilled, and it's probably going to be near the hottest time right there. And people will be dropping dead significantly. So a lot of this has got to happen in the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that's the hottest time, because Revelation 16, if we have the understanding that the 7 trumpets go with these 7 years and the last 7 vials go with the 3.5 year tribulation, Revelation 16 are the gold vials. That's during the 3.5 years tribulation. It's going to get even stinking hotter then.
After they're dead.
After they die.
Yeah, wow.
If, again, that's how I'm understanding it. But, we can correct things later. Yvette.
Yes, Sombra, was that part 1 or part 2 on The Stones Cry Out?
Part 1, page 157.
Part 1. Do you know that my part 2 book doesn't have page numbers? Was that
yes, neither does mine.
Okay. Thank you.
What?
I told you about it when I first got it. There's no page numbers.
Just one chapter.
Is it just one chapter?
No, it's the whole book. The whole book has.
Oh, that's The Stones Cry Out, not the. I thought the 10 Days of Oz. What I thought you were pointing at.
Yeah. No, this one has no page numbers.
Okay, Paul, remind me again later. I got to fix it.
You said Thief of the Night was last year, just approximately, at trumpets. The first trumpet is to warn people, and he sneaks in. What happens this year at trumpets? Because we're not listening.
So Chris, what's Chris' last name? Chris from Holland. Chris and Anita, I forgot his last names. I'm sorry, Chris. Anyway, Chris was arguing with me there, saying that the trumpet plague starts in 2023. And I said, no, it's got to start at Aviv 2024. And I'm now looking at events and I'm thinking Chris might be right, because trumpets the year before, 50 days after we kept trumpets, was October 7th. In 2024, 50 days after we kept our trumpets, crescent moon, barley, then that was the pager and the walkie-talkie explosions, and that's when they killed Nasrallah. That churned the whole war. So, so it's roughly, it's not exactly it's within that week, right? All those events. This year, I'm looking for 50 days after we keep the Feast of Trumpets, and I think that's August 24th, I think it is. 50 days after that, which is going to put us sometime in October, late October, I'm looking for something. I don't know what it is. I'm watching to see if this pattern holds true. Is that going to be an attack on Iran? Are we getting there? We're almost there. Is that going to happen this year? Is that going to happen next year when the red heifer is done? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm watching.
Can I sort of give a hint?
Go ahead, Paul.
That a trumpet's not ours, the one that's 30 days later.
Yeah.
That the way the Jews do trumpets will cause Islam to react. Okay, now to react in every country, not just in and around the Middle East, in every country. And react means to do what they would normally want to do, which is what they do to kill, steal, and destroy. And from that, you will get the reaction of what is happening 50 days later, which is what is going to cause a lot of uproar. But from that point of view, how far away is it to the two witnesses? Not very far. It's like only 200 days.
If you got 200 days, yes, it's a following year.
Yeah,
July. You're talking about the fall feast this year, and then the two witnesses don't come at the July; they come at the fall feast because they're only there for time and a half time. So they have to. If they die at Passover, they got to start at trumpets or Sukkot.
When you do a count from July 12th, 1335 days takes you through to March in 2030. I asked that question a little while ago. 2,300 days from March 25th is July 12th. July 12th through from there is 1335 days is to somewhere in early 2030, which could be Passover. I'm not saying it could be the late Passover, it could be the early Passover. I don't know. It's how it's just numbers playing out at the moment. I'm just keeping it in. But when a couple of weeks ago I read something that triggered my mind, but it wasn't my trigger. It was Jehovah saying, yes, Joe said, I'm already there. I'm the thief. Those who don't listen to the first call are going to miss out on the second call. And things are going to change because it won't be me killing, it'll be the other people doing the job for me, because that's what Assyria does with the rod of his anger. He uses them. I'm just saying that that's what God's sort of put in the play. Whether it is going to happen or not, I'm just watching. I'm just saying that that's what God has shown me, whether it's verbal or, how he does it. I'm just looking at it. He's just dropped that ball in my court as to say it's going to happen in some respect, one way or another, because in 2026, we've got these two witnesses are going to bring about the destruction of the beast power to protect the children of God. So there's got to be something to protect.
I don't know.
Those that are in punishment, some of them will be punished. Those that are being protected are the ones that are obeying. And he uses the two witnesses to do that.
One of the things that Cyrus and I have been talking about over the last number of years has always been the apogee of the moon and the perigee of the moon and how close now are from the earth and what that does to the mental state of human beings. I didn't believe Cyrus at first, but then he called the COVID start in November in China, like spot on. And then he's been calling other things spot on. And I just got a note here from Sombra, I think it was, that I don't know where it went. That he's saying
it's in our leadership group.
It's saying that something is going to get worse here this fall. Again, he's looking at his apogees and perigees. Now, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how too much math for me, and I like math. But anyway, that's what he's saying.
But they're looking at October. So Jim Staley has canceled his Tabernacles thing, and Cyrus sent an email this morning about the fall being crazy, and they're talking about October, not September.
Yeah. So again, October would be approximately close to 50 days after we keep trumpets. So it's something to keep an eye on. Okay, but we're all speculating. We're just guessing, looking at patterns, trying to figure stuff out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else on Isaiah 30 to 33 here before we move on?
Joseph, Chris speaking.
Yes, Chris. What's your last name, Chris?
Say again?
Tell me your last name because it makes me crazy. I can't remember it.
Sorber. S-O-R-B-E-R.
Sorber, yes. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, sir.
From Holland. What I was wondering, also in 2024, I didn't hear any trumpet. What kind of sound should I be looking for? So we're going up now to the next the day of trumpets. So I'm wondering what kind of trumpet Jehovah using.
So I was wondering the same thing, and I'm wondering what is the voice of Jehovah? The voice of Jehovah is a trumpet blast. What does the blast sound like? That was the question I was asking. What are we looking for? What are we listening for? I didn't have an answer, but I think I got an answer because on the 7 days, no, what was that? 2 weeks before.
It was there. It was Hillel Yom Teruah when you heard the.
Yeah. I heard the sweetest, loudest trumpet blast I've ever heard. In the middle of the night, I'm sleeping on Golgotha. The change just showed you. I'm sleeping up on top of that mountain. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I hear this trumpet blast, and I think I'm dreaming. Where is that coming from? It's so loud, so sweet, and the air is crisp and clean and quiet. It's 1 in the morning, and I hear this trumpet blast.
I didn't hear it.
I get dressed, and I go outside, and it stopped. And I didn't know where it came from. Then it came again, and I walked towards it. It was coming from the kotel. Now, does Jehovah say that the whole world has to hear the trumpet blast? Or does he have to have a witness hear it? I heard it. And there were thousands of people in the kotel praying at that time. Is that the trumpet blast? They do that each year. Is that the trumpet blast? I don't have an answer, but that's the one that I heard that moved me. It moved me so good that I had to get dressed, go outside and find out where this was coming from. Because I thought, am I crazy? Is this coming from heaven? Where is this coming from? It's coming from the kotel.
Okay, we have 7 chances to hear it.
We do.
6 left.
But at the last one, on the Day of Atonement, because I think the trumpet I heard was the Day of Atonement, not the trumpet, Feast of Trumpets. It was on the Day of Atonement, which was 13 days before October 7th.
Okay.
Right?
I'll keep my ears open.
Yes. Okay. Anything else on Isaiah?
What were you saying? What you said 50 days after trumpets, is that next year you're talking about? I mean this year 2025.
The last two trumpets, 50 days later, a huge event took place. Hamas attacked Israel, and then Hezbollah gets destroyed by Israel the next year. 50 days later, so I see that pattern. 50 days after we keep trumpets, I'm looking for something to happen this year. Now I'm finding out that Cyrus is calling for bad things because of the apogee this fall. So again, I'm looking. I don't know what it is. So again, we are witnesses. We are not prophets per se to go out and tell people blah, 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 but we're witnesses. We are watching for the crescent moon. We are watching for these prophetic events to take place. Unless you know what time of the month is, you won't know when to look for the crescent moon. Unless you know where to look in the sky and at what time, you won't know where to look for the crescent moon after the sun is set. Unless you know the patterns, the Jubilee cycles, the holy days, and the false calendars, you won't know what to be looking for. So that's what we're looking for. What is about to happen? We don't know, but we're going to watch and see. And then that'll be the third time in a row. Now we have an established pattern for future events. Okay, Ryan.
Just one thing on the voice of the trumpet in Exodus 19, verse 16, said it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of a trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. So whatever that sounds like, it sounds to me like something that's going to be very deafening, and everybody's going to hear it.
So the Feast of Trumpets is not a trumpet blast per se. The Feast of Trumpets is called the Feast of Shouting. And on the Feast of Shouting, what are the people doing? So we do, I did that teaching, the day is hallowed. The day is hallowed. Everyone is out shouting, the day is hallowed, because now they know from the two witnesses, from the high priest, and from the messengers, and from the people waving the torches and burning the bonfires, now we all know today is hallowed. Nobody knows the day or the hour until that messenger comes. It's also the same time as the thief in the night. So there's all these connotations with that time, and we got to apply them to our time now. Tom. It's not just a trumpet blast, somebody blowing on a shofar. It can also be voices shouting, right? Hamas shouting as they invaded Israel. The Israelis shouting as they were fighting back or being killed or slaughtered or taken into captivity. It's a time of shouting. So when the angels came and they announced Yeshua's birth, they were shouting or singing praises to the shepherd boys. That's Luke 2:8, I think it is. So anyway, don't just get locked into it has to be a shofar sound. It can also be voices. It's a feast of shouting. Tom.
Yeah, and if I could add, when they took Jericho, you had the priests blowing the shofars and the people were shouting at the same time.
And yes, yeah, exactly.
Teruah.
Can somebody just pull up that scripture that he just when Jericho fell, what they did? They blew the shofars and they shouted. Carry on, Tom. Okay.
First, I just want to apologize for my bird. I don't even hear him. I don't even hear him.
Fun with you. That's all.
Anytime my wife goes out of the room or something, he's such a mommy's boy. He starts squawking. He doesn't see his mommy, and I don't even hear it. I've become numb to it. And
you're a typical
45 years in a machine shop. My ears aren't that great, but anyway, I'm sorry if this has nothing to do with it, but I have to bring it up. All these different signs you guys are talking about, and the star and the moon, apogees, and things I have no idea. I've heard these things about Beetlejuice going supernova, and people are saying Beetlejuice is going to go supernova. Does that factor into any of this? Because that's supposed to be really bright light. It's going to be some bright thing in the sky, and I don't know. I see you kind of smiling, so I guess not, huh? Sorry. Sorry I even brought it up.
Anything about it, unless it's the Beetlejuice at the movies that's coming out next week. I don't know anything about it.
I'm talking about the some big star in the Orion constellation. So anyway, okay.
No, I don't know anything about that, but
There is recent talk now that there's perturbation of the planets with a eccentric solar system coming in to ours. And you've heard it before. You've heard it for years. It goes all the way back to the 50s. They're talking about Planet X and Nibiru and all that.
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
So now think about that. If you've got and it's also called the Red Dragon, and we're in the year of the dragon, I believe, right? According to China. Also in Revelation, it talks about the Red Dragon. I mean, there's a lot of coincidence, which may not be. I don't know.
Yeah.
And there's no proof that has been substantiated with facts from reputable sources that I know of that corroborate it or back it up. But it's a lot of talk, and it's getting more and more intense. And it's the black sun or a dark sun, you know, and it's on the elliptical, which is right there at from the sun side. So if you're looking at the sun, you can't see what's behind it.
let's bring in our scientists here.
So I'll yield with that.
Yeah, what's Mike got to say?
Mike is a scientist, and he works with NASA. And he works with NASA somehow. Maybe I'm not even supposed to say that. I take that all back. I'm sorry. Let's get Batman in here.
Yeah, it was a few years back. But no, I just gonna say that you asked me like, is this true? Is it not? And I kind of gave you the wishy-washy answer because I'm like, I don't like to give an answer without saying, well, here's all my links, here's all my data, and you know, such and such. In the YouTube chat and in the chat on Zoom, I put a link to the video that you did. I believe it was Cyrus. It's Are You Ready to Flee Part 4 on YouTube. And I have a very long comment. It was one you said you normally don't post these type of comments with so many links, but I had a ton of links in there. And
normally they get deleted.
You left it. Yeah, you thought it was good enough to keep on there, but it's there, and it has the links to what solar maximums are and the grand maximums and stuff. And the very last article, the very last link, is somebody wrote up about here's times in history, including Sodom and Gomorrah, and you know it shows that was the same maximum that we're at now. So that's all. It's you know we could do like Glenn just said. It's very coincidental. It's very interesting. Can we predict stuff by it? No, but it does make us aware of the times we're in. That's all.
So just let me comment on those things. I don't know anything about the Beetlejuice. I haven't learned anything about what Glenn's talking about. I've talked to Cyrus about solar maximum minimums. So, and here's my position. Does any of that teach you about Jehovah? And everyone says, yes, but I can handle all the extra information. No, you can't. Because you don't know Jehovah. You don't understand these deeper things. You know, we're all saying how much we learn here from each other, myself included, because we're only studying Torah. And I want to encourage you to stick to Torah, especially now when we're so close.
Distractions. We don't need any more.
You don't need any rabbit holes to go down.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I usually don't speak up about this stuff, you know.
And I'm not rebuking you or Glenn or anybody, but I'm warning you. The stuff that I'm learning, I'm purposely avoiding the rabbit holes. I will go down a Bible rabbit hole on studying a word, and I'll go down that hole. And I'll come up that same day. On some of these other things, you go down a hole and you won't come out of them for years. because they're so intriguing and interesting. But at the end of it, you've got this bad taste in your mouth because you still haven't got any food in your gut. And Torah is the food that you need. You need to know Jehovah. I never knew you is because you never learned about me. Learn about him.
Learn the original. Learn the original.
Study the Torah. Then you can understand the prophets. Then you can understand the Gospels. Then you can understand Paul, who was a Torah genius, which Peter said some people who are untrained will twist to their own demise. You must study Torah. And I'm begging y'all to continue to study Torah. And if you want to go on something for a break, read a Charlie Brown comic. It's about 30 seconds and then come back. And I'm begging you because I love you and I want to have conversations at a level with people who understand Torah. Remember not that many years ago when we couldn't find anybody to talk to and it was so frustrating? There's nobody I can talk to about this. But now we got this group here. We have people that we can talk to Torah about. So I'm begging you, don't get sucked out. We've seen many people get sucked out. Don't be one of them. Stick to Torah. Focus on Jehovah. We're not going to get it perfect, but we're going to learn more about him so that he'll say, come on in. Come on in. And that's what that's what I ask for you guys. That's what I'm praying for. And again, to have somebody that's intelligent, that I can talk about stuff like this is a blessing for me. I'm not here so much to teach you. There's some things I can teach. I'm also here for Glenn to teach me and Mike and Sarkis and other people to teach me. Yes, even Sombra. Yeah. We're all here to learn from each other. But if we don't know Torah, then you're not qualified to teach. You're just not
Sombra will
qualified.
teach you a lot, I'll tell you.
Okay, on that note, let's move on and we're going to go to Psalm 139. And Ella is going to read that for us.
See if I can find it here.
Oops.
Lost someplace. All right, Psalm 139. Am I on? Yeah. Psalm 139. Oh, Jehovah, you searched me and known me. You know my down sitting, my uprising. You understand my thought afar off. You compasseth my path and my lying down, and art acquainted with all my ways. For there's not a word in my tongue, but lo, O Jehovah, you know it altogether. You've beset me behind and before, and laid your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high. I cannot.
Hang on. What did I just say? And now look what's coming up here. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. Study the Torah. Study the Torah. Okay, sorry, Ella, but just had to say that.
Sorry. It is high. I cannot attain unto it. Where shall I go from your spirit, or where shall I flee from your presence? If I ascend up into heaven, you're there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, you're there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall your hand lead me, and your right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yea, the darkness hides not from you, but the night shines as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to you. For you possess my reins, you've covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and that my soul knows right well. My substance was not hid from you when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Your eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect, and in your book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. How precious also are your thoughts unto me, O Jehovah! How great is the sum of them! If I should count them, they are more in number than the sand. When I awake, I am still with you. Hallelujah. Surely you will slay the wicked. O Jehovah, depart from me, therefore, you bloody men. For they speak against you wickedly, and your enemies take your name in vain. Do not I hate them, O Jehovah, that hate you? And am I not grieved with those that rise up against you? I hate them with perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. Search me, O Jehovah, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. All of
And,
my prayer, all of my prayer.
and I was just going to say, before we even start talking on this should be everyone should just take this, and this is your prayer today. This should be your prayer right here.
Along with the verse before, and I guess 31 back there said, you will hear my voice saying, this is the way, lead me to it, whatever, however it reads. If you go to the right, you go to the left, we can hear his voice. And that's a promise along with this whole chapter.
Yeah. Anyone want to comment on this?
I have a question for anybody who might be reading from the Spanish Bible. Verse 11.
Have you looked at our audience?
Jose.
Oh, okay.
And Cecil. So
okay,
Raul, maybe?
Excuse me. I take it back. I take it back.
Okay. Maybe even Danny Silos might have. So anyhow, verse 11. Ella's version says, surely darkness will cover me. My version, which is the Strong, says, surely your darkness will shadow me. And I'm looking it up in the Hebrew, and the Hebrew word is shuf, a primitive root properly to gape, that is snap at, figuratively overwhelm, break, bruise, cover. It comes from the root word of shaf, which strike or serpent. The picture of the sheen is a picture of the teeth. The pei is a mouth. Combine means sharp teeth in the mouth. A serpent, a venomous snake, has sharp fangs in the mouth.
Are you looking at the word darkness?
No, I'm looking at the word. Let me see. Where's yours? Cover. So H7779.
Okay.
Okay. And so it says its prey is taken into the mouth, swallowed by drawing down into the belly, sharp with the additional serpent, with the exchange of the S and the SH. So you've got the words high, milk, high place, serpent, Shephiyophon, enchanter, quiver, swallow, well, high, strike, jasper. And I'm kind of interested in how come my Strong's, my Stone's Tanakh has the word shadow in there. It says, I would say, surely darkness will shadow me. And so my question to our Hispanic speaking friends is, I would like to know if the word sombra is in there.
Why, are you a shadow?
That's what sombra means. It means shade or shadow.
Well, sombra in James 1:17, every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variable nor shadow of turning. So I always took that to mean, with him, there's no shadow around us. No shadow of turning.
Darkness.
No darkness.
No impression, because a shadow, like if I'm here and the light's there, there's a shadow. So it's an impression or a likeness of.
Right.
Right.
But that scripture says in his presence, there's no shadow turning. I don't know.
I'm wondering why this word cover, darkness. So is darkness, like you got something different there for cover, or what's darkest? Darken, dark. Shosek.
Hosek.
Secret place.
Dark, hence darkness misery, destruction, death, ignorance, sorrow, wickedness, darkness, night, obscurity.
But he
Choshek.
also says secret place. Sure, if I say surely the secret place shall, what was shush? Serpent?
Shush.
Serpent.
Secret
Viper,
place.
enchanter,
It's
quiver.
interesting that that's where it's in the dark. Secret place is in the dark. Everything that's good is in the light.
Oh, Jehovah's got a secret place. That's not in the.
Well, that's for him. Everything should be in the light.
Okay, but in context, if we read verse 11 in context, knowledge is beyond me, exalted, I am incapable of it. Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence? If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in the lowest depths, behold, you are there. Were I to take up wings of dawn, were I to dwell in the distant west, there too your hand would guide me, and your right hand would grasp me. Would I say, surely darkness will shadow me? Then the light would become as light around me.
Night.
Even darkness obscures, not from you, and night shines like the day. Darkness and light are the same. For you have created my mind, you have covered me in my mother's womb.
Hang on. Covered. Now,
Isn't
how
that
come
same?
but covered is a different word here now.
Yeah, well,
But isn't that saying that in all these places, he's saying, surely the darkness will cover me? Then he says, no, even the night shall be light. That means that Father's there in everything around us.
Exactly. He is the
so
light.
again,
I have a
so,
commentary from the Japanese Bible. If y'all
The
are interested.
darkness not going to hide you.
so again, it comes back to this whole thing about should we get rid of these idols? Doesn't matter. He's here. He is the authority over everything. It doesn't matter. Those things are nothing.
Right. Amen.
Because he's the only one that matters. Sorry, Ryan, you said you had a Japanese Bible?
Yeah, so the Japanese Bible says that the night and the day are the same.
Well,
Yeah.
says it there too. She read it, except there was an add-on to what she said that was in this version that Joe's got up. And it added, I forget, a couple more words to it that clarified it a little bit.
Or the dark. I'm sorry.
Both alike to thee. Darkness and light are both alike. Then it's in italics, to thee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the Japanese says. It says, 暗闇も光も同じようなものなのです, which means to you, it's the light and the darkness are the same.
Okay.
May I share what I understand?
Yes, please.
Okay, sombra in English is shade. And the way okay, let me go back to reading it. Escuridad means darkness, two different things. Because the shade is a little bit lighter than darkness. Darkness is like at nighttime. That's the best I can do.
Okay, so what have you got for the word cover?
It says cubre. That means cover you, like cover with a blanket or
That's yeah. So that's a Yom Kippur. That's a that, but it's not. But that's the problem, right? That word cover is not the word Yom for Yom Kippur. It's not a Kippur or Kippurot. It's the word shuf, which makes me believe that it's something different. And anyhow, it's all interesting.
Wow.
You know, sometimes you ask a question and you don't really get an answer, but you ask the question because the answer's coming one day.
That's what I do.
And
sorry, who's that?
A little bit of strange translation in the Japanese Bible. It says kame kara kakureru koto wa dekimasen, which means from God, he does not hide it. Meaning, like, as in the darkness. Strange.
But we can't be in darkness in his presence.
Right. Everything's light around him.
Can't be.
Yeah, but just think about it. Where did you guys learn about God? You didn't learn about God because you were in the light. You learned about God in the darkness. He made himself visible in the darkness. He made me understand who he was, and he called me and drew me to him, even though I was in the darkness. Hallelujah! Woo!
Amen. Yes.
Okay, Shane,
Amen.
you want to say something?
Well, I think we got to be careful of everything's. I mean, I understand Yeshua's the light, Jehovah's the light, but even Satan transformed himself into an angel of light.
Yeah.
So we got to be careful about being deceived. But I also want to say that that verse where you guys are talking about, was it 139:11? Even the night shall be as light. It kind of relates to that Isaiah 30:26 about the moon being as bright as basically the sun.
Another theme coming out here. I don't know.
Okay, Ryan and Jojo just posted Job 34, verse 22. And that verse says, there is no darkness nor shadow of death where the workers of iniquity may hide themselves. So that's kind of like a parallel verse. So if we're going to take that parallel, we go shadow of death. So Salmaveth, shade of death, that is the grave.
Everything needs to come into the light.
Yeah.
Be purified.
Yeah.
But you also have to take in consideration that God clothes himself in darkness. Psalm 18:11, he made darkness his secret place. The canopy around him was dark waters. So you got to be careful saying that only God is in light, because God is everywhere. And I think he protects us by clothing himself in darkness. So let's be careful not to say that everything that is dark is evil, because he clothes himself in darkness. So
Even it says that Moses went into the thick darkness where God was.
exactly. Exodus 20:21.
Okay, we got to jump over to John chapter 11. John chapter 11. And we have Kim going to
That's
read
me.
that for us.
All right. Now a man named Lazarus was sick. He was from Bethany, the village of Mary and her sister Martha. This Mary, whose brother Lazarus now lay sick, was the same one who poured perfume on the Lord and wiped his feet with her hair. So the sisters sent word to Jesus, Lord, the one you love is sick. And when he heard this, Jesus said, this sickness will not end in death. No, it is for God's glory, so that God's Son may be glorified through it. Now, Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. So when he heard that Lazarus was sick, he stayed where he was 2 more days. And then he said to his disciples, let us go back to Judea. But Rabbi, they said, a short while ago the Jews there tried to stone you, and yet you are going back. Jesus answered, are there not 12 hours of daylight? Anyone who walks in the daylight will not stumble, for they see by the world's light. It is when a person walks at night that they stumble, for they have no light. After he had said this, he went on to tell them, our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I am going there to wake him. His disciples replied, Lord, if he sleeps, he will get better. Jesus had been speaking of his death, but his disciples thought he meant natural sleep. So then he told them plainly, Lazarus is dead, and for your sake I am glad that I was not there, so that you may believe. But let us go to him. Then Thomas, also known as Didymus, said to the rest of the disciples, let us also go that we may die with him. I never saw that before. Jesus comforts the sisters of Lazarus. So on his arrival, Jesus found that Lazarus had already been in the tomb for 4 days. Now Bethany was less than 2 miles from Jerusalem, and many Jews had come to Martha and Mary to comfort them in the loss of their brother. When Martha heard that Jesus was coming, she went out to meet him, but Mary stayed at home. Lord, Martha said to Jesus, "If you had been here, my brother would not have died. But I know that even now God will give you whatever you ask." And Jesus said to her, "Your brother will rise again." And Martha answered, "I know he will rise again in the resurrection at the last day." And Jesus said to her, "I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live even though they die. And whoever lives by believing in me will never die. Do you believe this?" "Yes, Lord," she replied. "I believe that you are the Messiah, the Son of God, who is to come into the world." And after she'd said this, she went back and called her sister Mary aside. "The teacher is here," she said, "and is asking for you." And when Mary heard this, she got up quickly and went to him. Now Jesus had not yet entered the village, but was still at the place where Martha had met him. And when the Jews who had been with Mary in the house, comforting her, noticed how quickly she got up and went out, they followed her, supposing she was going to the tomb to mourn there. When Mary reached the place where Jesus was, she saw him. She fell at his feet and said, "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." And when Jesus saw her weeping, and the Jews who had come along with her also weeping, he was deeply moved in the spirit and troubled. "Where have you laid him?" he asked. "Come and see, Lord," they replied. Jesus wept. Then the Jews said, "See how he loved him." But some of them said, "Could not he who opened the eyes of the blind man have kept this man from dying?" Jesus, once more deeply moved, came to the tomb. It was a cave with a stone laid across the entrance. "Take away the stone," he said. "But Lord," said Martha, the sister of the dead man, "by this time there is a bad odor, for he has been there 4 days." And then Jesus said, "Did I tell you that if you believe, you will see the glory of God?" So they took away the stone, and then Jesus looked up and said, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I said this for the benefit of the people standing here, that they may believe that you sent me." And when he had said this, Jesus called in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." And the dead man came out. His hands and feet were wrapped with strips of linen and a cloth around his face. And Jesus said to him, "Take off the grave clothes and let him go." Therefore, many of the Jews who had come to visit Mary and had seen what Jesus did believed in him. But some of them went to the Pharisees and told them that what Jesus had done. Then the chief priest and the Pharisees called a meeting of the Sanhedrin. "What are we accomplishing?" they asked. "Here is this man performing many signs. If we let him go on like this, everyone will believe in him, and then the Romans will come and take away both our temple and our nation." Then one of them asked Caiaphas, who was high priest that year, who was that, spoke up. Oh, then one of them, named Caiaphas, spoke up. "You know nothing at all. You do not realize that it is better for you that one man die for the people than for the whole nation to perish." He did not say this on his own, but as the high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus would die for the Jewish nation, and not only for that nation, but also for the scattered children of God, to bring them together and make them one. So from that day on, they plotted to take his life. Make a note. I want to talk about that verse. Therefore, Jesus no longer moved about publicly among the people of Judea. Instead, he withdrew to a region near the wilderness, to a village called Ephraim, where he stayed with his disciples. When it was almost time for the Jewish Passover, many went up from the country to Jerusalem for the ceremonial cleansing before the Passover. They kept looking for Jesus, and as they stood in the temple courts, they asked one another, "What do you think? Isn't he coming to the festival at all?" But the chief priest and the Pharisees had given orders that anyone who found out where Jesus was should report it so that they might arrest him.
Thank you, Kim. And I'll give you first word, but before you do, I want to point out that chapter 10, we are on the 8th day of Sukkot. Chapter 10 is the 8th day of Sukkot. Chapter 12 then leads off 6 days before Passover. This event with Lazarus took place between those two events in the year 31 AD.
Okay.
Okay, so whether that's exactly when it is, they're already worried about him being stoned. They know that that's about to happen. So I'm just giving you the timing of this because we're going to read in chapter 12 that they came not only to see Jesus, but also Lazarus, who had just been brought back from the dead. So how many days, how many weeks before Passover, we're not told, but it's not far. Okay, Kim, what did you want to say about verse 53?
Well, it's the question really, because it when I read it, it made me wonder if it says, I'll read it again. He did not say this on his own. We're talking about the high priest. But as the high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus would die for the Jewish nation, and not only for that nation, but also for the scattered children of God, to bring them together and make them one. And so the question that I have is, did Caiaphas know he was the Messiah?
Oh. And one of them, Caiaphas, being high priest that year, said to them, "You know nothing at all, nor do you consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people, and not the whole nation should perish." So again, go back up to the before this. Then the chief priests and Pharisees gathered in council and said, "What shall we do? For this man works many signs. So here, verse 48, if we let him alone like this, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will come and take away both our place and the nation. They are concerned about the Roman armies coming and destroying them, and them losing their power."
But that
Now,
was the chief priest, not the high priest, right?
well, that was the Sanhedrin, so they're all saying it.
Okay.
Okay? So again, now verse 49, and one of them, so Caiaphas is hearing this conversation. He's saying, "You're a bunch of idiots. You know nothing at all, nor do you consider that it is better for us that one man, this false prophet, die instead of this whole nation. Let's kill one on behalf of the nation." That's basically what he's saying. He's not trying to prophesy, but that's what he's saying. So in the course of a conversation, I could say Glenn is going to have super sales this year because Glenn's just a nice guy. Then at the end of the year, Glenn has super sales, and all of a sudden Joe's this famous prophet. No, I'm just saying something that Glenn's a nice guy. Caiaphas is saying something. Now, who is interpreting this? John. When did he interpret it? 50 years later, right? When he wrote the book of John, whenever he wrote it. I don't know when he wrote it exactly, but he wrote it much later in life, and he had more time to think about these things, and now he's interjecting. Now this he did not say on his own authority, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus would die for the nation. That's John interpreting what Caiaphas did. Caiaphas is not trying to be a prophet. And he's more worried about the Romans coming in, because here's this Messiah, who is the Messiah? The one who's going to come and destroy Rome. That's who they thought it was.
Why would he be afraid of the Romans? I mean, if it's the Jews, if Yeshua's a Jew, he'd be more concerned if Yeshua got into power or became his king or whatever, that it'd be the Jewish nation he'd have to worry about.
He's worried about their position, right? He's not worried about Jesus. He's not worried about the prophecy. He's worried about their political clout. Brian.
Yeah, it's a corrupt priesthood. You have to realize the priesthood at this time, they sold the high priest for a highest bidder. They were not they did not serve until death like it should have been originally set up. So it was a corrupt priesthood. Caiaphas saw that, hey, if we just let one guy die, we don't all have to perish now. Like Joe was saying, I'm paraphrasing what Joseph already said. It's Yeshua was their scapegoat. It's what they wanted. They wanted him to be the one to be sacrificed, and Caiaphas just had to be the one to say something. Unbeknownst to him, he was actually prophesying truth that, yeah, he would be dying not only for that nation, but all of us. In the same way, when Pilate stood before the people and he said, behold a man, after he had Yeshua scourged, he said, behold a man, I find no fault in him. He was declaring that Yeshua, there was no fault in Yeshua, that Yeshua was a sinless sacrifice. So God even used Pilate, a Gentile, to prophesy or to confirm a prophecy of who Yeshua was, and the same way Caiaphas was offering up Yeshua for the people.
Very good. I have here in my notes, so when Jesus came, he found that he had already been in the tomb 4 days. Now, this is verse 17. Rabbinic sign of Messiah only could raise dead after 4 days. I got that note there. I'm not sure where I got the note from. It's just a little scribble in my Bible. Maybe something to the effect that the rabbis believed that the Messiah could only raise, the true Messiah would raise the dead after 4 days. But I do not know where I got it from.
Isn't
Brian.
there something, is there something about that the spirit is still in the body for 4 days? That's why he can be raised?
It's after 3 days. And I don't know exactly where I got the same thing, Joseph, but to add a little more to it, they would say that the rabbis oftentimes could pray for an individual and they would possibly raise from the dead still after 3 days. The spirit, like Ella just said, it took 3 days before the spirit actually departed from the body. So that's why Yeshua waited for 4 days,
right,
as evidence and proof that he was Messiah, because after 3 days, there was no evidence or proof that anybody had been risen from the dead by any rabbi or anybody praying for somebody. But after 4 days, Yeshua proved who he was. So yeah, that is credence to what you have there, Joseph, but what the source is, I don't know. I've heard the same thing though.
Yeah, where's this notion that the spirit stays in the body for 3 days? Where's that coming from?
I don't know, I think it might be rabbinical. It might be rabbinical.
I
Okay.
bet it's
Do
somewhere.
we have it? Do we
But
have
even-
any scriptures that back that up?
No, but even if that was rabbinical, just the fact if they believed it and they thought that the spirit would return after 3 days and Yeshua raised him after 4 days, even if it was true, I'm not saying it is or not. I've skeptical myself, but in their minds, in the Pharisaical minds at that time, they believed
proven what they believe.
It contradicted what they believed, or evidence to them that he's Messiah, contradicting even your 3 day fallacy of the spirit coming back to the person's body. So yeah.
So, okay, so one of the things I'm thinking of is like what Kim has brought up here. Verse. So then, verse 4. Then many of the Jews who had come to Mary and had seen the things Jesus did believed in him. They believed, but some of them, they saw this. Some of them went away to the Pharisees and told them the things Jesus did. After this guy, he's dead. We know he's dead. He's in the tomb. He's brought back to life. Now, what shall we do? For this man works many signs. Okay? What are the signs? What are the signs that he is the Messiah? Okay,
and that's the thing. You have to know the Torah in order to know the signs that he is the Messiah.
So what are the signs of the Messiah?
That he would raise someone. Oh yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Brian, because I was going to say, I was going to disqualify Jonah, because nobody knows about Jonah yet.
Right. No, that he would raise someone from the dead after 4 days. I believe that's one of them.
Do you have a scripture for that, by the way?
No, you're asking something off the top of my head. I'd have to do some research to find that. I'm just thinking he would also cleanse a person that was a leper. there was no one that actually could cure leprosy of that time. There was nobody that cured. That's why they called him the leper Messiah, because he could actually cure a leper.
What
And
was it? What was it that he said to John the Baptist? Says John the Baptist sent his apostle, says, "Are you the one, or do we look for another?" And then Yeshua answered them, because he loved John, his cousin. He answered them with sort of a riddle. Can anyone pull up that verse? What is it?
it was part of my Shema teaching. I should know.
So he has to be born of a virgin. He has to be born in Bethlehem, and he has to go to Egypt. He has to come back from Egypt. All these things are signs.
Well, they're signs, but they're not proof of what the rabbis were looking for. And I was still, there are things that the rabbis said would identify the Messiah. He would raise someone from the dead. He would cure the leper. And the third one, and there might be four, but the third one was he would give sight to a blind person from birth.
Ryan, have you got the scripture there?
Okay, yeah, I know I have scripture. This is from the Jewish Virtual Library. One, being a descendant of King David, gaining sovereignty over the land of Israel, gathering Jews from all corners of the earth to Israel, restoring full observance of the Torah law, bringing peace to the whole world, possessing extraordinary qualities, including wisdom, understanding, counsel, might, knowledge, and fear of God, excelling all other human beings in these qualities. Those are very loose, like Jewish qualifications of Messiah.
Okay.
So
Can
does
somebody?
that make Constantine an Antichrist?
No, let's not go to the Antichrist thing. We just wrote about that. Read the newsletter. Can somebody pull up the scripture where John the Baptist is asking if he's the one? The Antichrist is anti-Messiah, anti-anointed.
Well, yes, but this is my point, right? Yeshua did come and do all those things, but one of the things that was it Ryan said that he's going to bring Jews from all nations and unite them under the Torah. He's going to restore the Torah. Well, yeah, but then there was people like Constantine who worked against that. So even though that is who Yeshua is, because they turned Jesus into a Greek Jesus from a Hebrew Yeshua, that undoes all the good work and disproves who he is. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how the Jews can say, oh, well, that's not the Messiah because he didn't come to restore the Torah.
Shane, you got the scripture I want?
Well, you earlier asked about what's the scripture about where they talk about the Spirit coming back after 3 days.
Okay.
And the only one I could find was 1 Samuel 30, verse 12. It says, "And they gave him a piece of cake of figs and 2 clusters of raisins, and when he had eaten it, his spirit came again to him, for he had eaten no bread, no drunk water for 3 days and 3 nights." So that's the only thing I can find about it.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what they're referring to or how they're getting it.
Matthew 11, verse 2, and when John had heard in the prison the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples and said unto him, Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another? Is this the verse you're checking for?
Yes.
Jesus answered and said
what verse
unto
are you
them,
in? What verse?
Matthew 11, verse 2.
Okay.
Verse
Jesus
4.
answered, verse 4. Go ahead.
Jesus answered unto them, Go and show John again those things which ye do hear and see. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk. The lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. And blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me.
Okay. So I have as my little notes here Isaiah 29:18, Isaiah 35:4 and 6, and Isaiah 61:1. So let's start with Isaiah 29:18. 29, 18. 18? Yeah,
18.
29:18. In that day the deaf shall hear the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness. The humble shall increase their joy in the Lord, and the poor among men shall rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. Verse 17. Is it not yet a very little while till Lebanon shall be turned into a fruitful field, and the fruitful field be esteemed as a forest? Does that tell me that the Messiah is going to do that? For terrible is the... Okay, what's the next verse? 35, 4-6. 35, 34, 35, 4-6. Say to those who are fearful hearted, be strong, do not fear. Behold, your God will come with vengeance, with the recompense of God. He will come and save you. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then the lame, how am I going, 4-6? What am I going to? 4-6. Verse 6. And then the lame shall leap like a deer, and the tongue of the dumb sing. For water shall burst forth in the wilderness, and streams in the desert. The parched ground shall become a pool, and a thirsty land springs of water. In the habitation of jackals each day, their grass shall be reeds and rushes. Okay, I like that one. The other one doesn't tell me who's doing it, though. As far as I can tell, the humble shall increase their joy in the Lord. This one tells me that God's going to do it. Okay, and the last one is Isaiah 61, verse 1. 61:1. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison those who are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to console those. It doesn't say anything about blind and dead. So back here, Isaiah 35, the eyes of the blind open, the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped, the lame shall leap, and the tongue of the dumb sing. Where's the dead? I don't see dead in 61, but I have to go back to Isaiah. What was the other one I read? Isaiah
Go to
29.
Isaiah 26:19.
26:19. 26:19. Your dead shall live, together with my dead body they shall arise. Awake and sing, you who dwell in dust. For your dew is like the dew of herbs, and the earth shall cast out the dead. Verse 18. We have been with child and have been in pain. We have, as it were, brought forth wind. We have not accomplished any deliverance in the earth, nor have the inhabitants of the world fallen. A woman which, O Lord, have you seen the dead? So where's it saying that God's going to do that? The Messiah is going to do that. So 26:19, enter your chambers. How's yourself? Okay, so I could apply that 26:19 to the end of the age, or the end of the 7th millennium. You got any more, Ryan?
Say Ryan or Brian?
Ryan and Jojo, who just gave me that.
Yeah, the only ones I have are Isaiah 35, 5-6, Isaiah 26:19, which you just read, and then Isaiah 61:1.
Well, in Matthew 11, 4-6, Yeshua answered and said to John and John's disciples says, "Go and tell John these things which you hear and see. The blind receive their sight, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised up, the poor have the gospel preached to them." So that's Yeshua himself claiming to what he had
Yeah,
done.
so that's what we've just read. I'm looking for the prophets that said he was going to raise up the dead. And Isaiah 29:18 is that one, but it's not saying the Messiah is going to do it. It's saying that they'll raise up the dead. And 26:19, which could also be at the end of the age. So I'm looking for something that says Messiah is going to do it. 35:4-6 says Jehovah is going to do these things, but it doesn't say anything about raising the dead. I'm just being a doubting Thomas here. That's all. Again, always. Prove it. Prove it. That's what I want to do. Prove it. Rose got 30. Ezekiel 34:11. Where'd it go? Ezekiel 34:11. Ezekiel 34:11. For thus says the Lord God, indeed, I myself will search for my sheep and seek them out, as a shepherd seeks out his flock on the day he is among his scattered sheep. So I will seek out my sheep and deliver them from the places where they are scattered on a cloudy and dark day. And I will bring them from the people and gather them from the countries and feed them in mountains. And I will feed them good pastime. I will feed my flock and lie down. I will seek and lost. I don't see anything about the dead. Okay. Now I just
Ezekiel
read
37.
through 37.
Yeah, the Valley of Dry Bones.
Yeah, that's at the end of the age. Okay, so he's not raising all the dry bones. Then the Lord came upon me and brought me. Yeah. Is that about the Messiah or is that about the end of the age?
Well, it does say at the end of it, and David, my servant, shall be king over them.
Yeah, but so if he brought people from the grave in 31 AD, where's King David?
He's raising the dead.
So this is the end of the millennium when
Yeah.
David will be brought back up. So I can't accept that in my court. Anyone else? Surely there's got to be somewhere where it says Jehovah's going to raise the dead.
Isaiah 11, 1-2.
Jehovah raised Yeshua from the dead.
What?
Jehovah raised Yeshua from the dead.
That don't count. He's talking to John, and John is being told this is what he's already done.
No, you're just saying that was there any examples of somebody God raised?
This is the example given to John because he's already done it, and John knows that these are the signs of the Messiah from the Torah. So John hasn't seen Yeshua or Jehovah raise him from the dead. That one, you can't count that. There shall come forth a rod from the stem of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of his roots. A spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel, of might, the spirit of knowledge, and of the fear of the Lord. His delight is in the fear of the Lord, and he shall not judge by the sight of his eyes, nor decide by the hearing of his ears. Is that what you're talking about, Ryan?
Yeah, but I didn't see anything about raising the dead. That's what I'm still looking for.
Yeah. Okay.
1 Thessalonians 4:16-17.
No, you can't use that. That's Paul. This is you're talking to John. The Gospels haven't even been written yet. Right? Where does John, how does John know that the dead are going to be raised up by the Messiah? And that's one of the proofs that Yeshua gives them.
Ezekiel,
Ezekiel what?
the dry bones.
No, we just read that that's the end of the 7th millennium. King David's going to reign over them.
Oh, I didn't know you meant that. I thought in general. I'm almost asleep over here. Don't listen to me.
On the same page with him.
Hey, Joe, how about prophets who actually did the raising of the dead, just like Elijah?
Well, okay, so Elijah raised him from the dead, but he wasn't the Messiah.
He wasn't, but he's an example. That was anything that was done by the prophets were basically secrets that was given to them.
So is that okay? So is that where we're going to get this from? Because Elijah did that. Who else did it? Samuel? Did Samuel raise somebody from the dead?
I think Elisha or something.
Elijah did, not Elisha.
Elijah did it. 1 Kings
Yeah,
17.
the widow's son.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so if Elijah did that, how is that a prophetic thing for what the Messiah is going to do? Unless you are interpreting the Bible, I don't recall a verse that says whatever the prophets did, the Messiah is going to do even better.
Well, I'm just going by Amos 3:7 that says all secrets will be revealed through the prophets. So if the prophets did it, then surely Messiah is going to do it better.
Okay. You're building a case.
Yeah. Well, just like when Yeshua walked on water, where is that shown in the Old Testament? And then you just have to go look, and there's no prophet that ever did it, but Job actually talked about it. So he will walk on water, but he's the only one who did it perfectly as far as revealing it to people, to human beings.
Okay, so somebody just put in here, JD just put in here, Matthew 10:8. These 12 Jesus sent out and commanded them, do not go into the way of the Gentiles and do not into the city of the Samaritans, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as you go, preach, saying the kingdom of heaven in his hand, heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead. So that's not Yeshua doing that, that's the apostles. Cast out demons, freely you have received, freely give. So he's telling them to raise them from the dead. Peter, what did Peter raise somebody from the dead? Was that the Roman's daughter who died? Was that Peter that did that? But this is not the Messiah, but they're given the powers like the Messiah.
Anita had put in the chat Hosea 6:2.
Hosea 6:2.
After 2 days, he will bring us to life, and the third day he will raise us up, and we shall live in his sight.
Let me see. Is that where the one clap your hands? Clap 3 times? Clap twice? Clap 3? Is that the one?
I don't know.
Now that mentions the rains, the latter and former rain onto the earth.
Yeah.
But your version says raise them up, and my version has, or whatever you said, mine says he will raise us up. Does that mean from the dead, or?
That would be the 7th millennium, yes.
So Hosea 6 is after 2 days he will raise us up. So that's the resurrection of the wheat at Shavuot.
Yep.
And on the third day he will raise us up. So revive us is the wheat, and 3 days is the end of the 3rd millennium, which is now the end of the 7th millennium. It's 3 days, 3 millennium after Yeshua. So that's what that's talking about there. But it doesn't say anything about the Messiah raising the dead. Has nobody asked Google yet?
Deuteronomy 18:15.
Deuteronomy 18:15. The
You're
Lord
the
your God
one.
will raise up for you a prophet like me from the midst, from your brethren. Him you shall fear, or hear, according to all you desired of the Lord your God in Horeb, in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not again hear the voice of the Lord God, nor let me see this great fire any more, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, what they have spoken is good. So I don't see anything there. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brethren, and put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I command him. Is he going to raise up the dead?
Joe, I think Luke chapter 7, verse 11 to 17, where he raised the widow's son.
Okay, but where's the prophets that say he's going to raise the dead? Luke, what did you say that was? Luke 7?
Yes.
What verse?
Believe it started in verse 11, where he actually did it. The prophet did not say he was going to do it, but he actually did raise the dead.
Yeah. Okay. So he raised the dead there, right? I'm not saying he didn't do it. He raised the dead. What I'm looking for is the prophecy that says that he would raise the dead.
The closest thing I'm finding is in Psalm 16, where it says, "You'll not leave my soul in Sheol." But
That's David talking to him, and he's going to be raised up. That hasn't happened yet. Okay. I think we got some homework. Hey, Google. Hey, Siri. What prophet said that Jesus was going to raise people from the dead?
I mean, that's what I just did, and it's not giving me any satisfactory results at all.
Aha. Now you know why I ask these hard questions. So you don't just believe what you think you know, you can actually prove it. So the scriptures that we got there, the one that's closest to what we're looking for is Isaiah 29:18. But it doesn't say the Messiah, or it doesn't say God. It just,
Well, Joseph, I Googled that regarding does the Messiah raise the dead? And it says the question whether the Messiah raises the dead is a complex topic with varying interpretations. So that's the Google response on that one.
Yeah,
boy.
want to touch it.
Yeah, even Google doesn't want to go there.
Okay.
Chat
Well,
GPT Grok Wimp.
yes. And I've told you, I was trying to use Grok. Grok is very disappointing. He repeats the same errors over and over again, even though you tell him to correct the errors. It's so frustrating.
It warns you. It warns you when you go in. It says at the end, and it says AI
I am
can
not,
be incorrect or in error.
yeah, I'm not
For
that smart.
entertainment purposes only.
It's really
Did you already-
stupid.
Did you already look at Ezekiel 37, verse 5? Or
I think
1
so,
through
yeah.
5? Okay.
Yeah,
That's the dead bones. That's the
Yeah.
end of the seventh
Okay.
millennium. Okay, so here's your homework, everyone. Go and find out where's the proof that Yeshua is going to raise people from the dead. It's got to be Old Testament prophets prophesying that that was one of the signs of the Messiah. I'm going to be looking for it, and we're going to report back here next week with the answer. Right now, I think Sombra, I think we're ready to close out the Torah portion.
All righty. And I am going to share this. Okay. Go away. The closing of the Torah. As we close the Torah, we say this prayer. V'zot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Israel al pi Yehovah beyad Moshe. And this is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel at the command of Yehovah to the hands of Moses. Returning the Torah to the ark, we say the Tree of Life prayer. Et chaim hi lama kazikim ba ותומכיה מאושר, דרכיה דרכי נועם, וכל נתיבותיה שלום. השיבנו יהובה אליך ונשובה. חדש, חדש ימינו, חדש ימינו כקדם. A tree of life to those who hold fast to it, and all who cling to it find happiness. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace. Help us and guide us, inspire us and provide us. With wisdom your Torah can show. Cause us to learn, renew, and grow, just as in days of old.
Sambra, or
Yes.
Brian, is that closing prayer about the tree of life, is that a psalm or is that a Torah prayer? I mean, a rabbinic prayer.
Okay, so the tree of life comes from Deuteronomy 4. No, hold on a second. 3. Proverbs 3:18 and Proverbs 3:17 and Proverbs 3:16 and Isaiah 42 verse 21.
Okay. Can you just email me those scriptures again? I'm doing
Yep.
stuff for my mom right now.
Okay.
So that's just sort of, I've heard this many times and today it rung kind of loud. I thought, wow, okay, how come I haven't heard that? I've been hearing it, but I didn't hear it.
Okay.
So thank you. So yeah, so anyone got any questions here before we wrap up about anything or any other subject you want to talk about for the last few minutes? We'll leave it open for that for a moment.
Did you look at Isaiah 25, 8, and 9? That ain't one last verse.
Read it.
Alex,
Read
you're
it.
still muted if you wanted to say something.
25, 8, and 9. Go ahead, Shane. You want to
Okay.
read it? Oh, you got it there in the chat.
Yes, go ahead if you want.
And he will swallow up death and victory, and the Lord Jehovah will wipe away tears from all faces, and he shall take away from all the earth the rebuke of his people, for Jehovah has spoken. And one shall say in that day, Lo, this is our God. We have waited for him, and he will save us. This is Jehovah. We have waited for him. We will be glad and rejoice in his salvation, in his Yeshua. It doesn't say about him raising people back from the dead.
That sounds more like an end of the age thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Tom.
I just wanted to make a comment on this AI thing. It's funny because I was talking about with my wife about this. My poor wife was to listen to me all morning, and from what I don't mess with that grok stuff. I don't mess around with that stuff. But it doesn't learn. It doesn't learn anything. AI doesn't learn anything. All it does is gather. All it does is gather information from the web. It can be lies. It can be truth. It can be it's just a big sieve that gathers information, and it's not intelligent. That's why it's artificial, and it does not learn. I've heard that from more than one person. It does not learn. It will repeat the same lies over and over and over,
So
no matter how many times you prove it wrong.
I was trying, the subject that I talked about in this week's newsletter, the where did Paul get his Old Testament quotes that the Antichrist has to come first? So AI told me Daniel 9:27. I said, okay, I've already shown you Daniel 9:27 is not about Christian theology. It's about the 70 Shabbat, and it's this Jubilee cycle. And then I went in to explain the covenant made with many is also a Shabbat cycle, and I explained this to AI. and it says, thank you for the correction, and we've noted it in our banks. And then the very next question, it goes back and it repeats that the Daniel 9:27 is a covenant made with many that is going to take place 7 years before the end of the tribulation. I says, are you really that stupid? I just told you that does not apply. Stop quoting that same erroneous verse. I got an argument going with a stupid computer trying to get it to think using only the Torah.
It's
Only the
futile.
Torah.
Don't waste your time. It's
It's
futile.
charismatic believer.
It's not futile. It does come up with some good stuff. It does see certain patterns that I might have overlooked. But you're right. It gathers its information from other websites. It doesn't do its own research. And that's the part that really sucks. So, and I'm telling you this, and I sort of wanted to, I'm glad, Tom, you brought this up, because we used to be afraid of electricity when it first came out. People,
I'm not that old. I didn't know you were that old.
Okay, the electricity came out in the 1800s, right? And some people got electrocuted. Late 1800s. Some people got electrocuted. Now that means everyone's going to get electrocuted. Well, now nobody wants it. Now they had to figure out a way to get everyone to get it.
That's because they took Edison's instead of
yeah,
Tesla. What's his name?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So then it was the phone. They were afraid of the phone, and the phone was going to eavesdrop on their conversation. Remember the old crank phones with the speaker? My grandmother had one. We used to use it. Okay, so
You are old.
I said my grandmother had one. She never updated. So again, the car, when the car first came out in the 1800s, they were afraid of the car. How fast could a car go? 30 miles an hour. People were getting killed.
Oh, fast.
30 miles an hour. We could almost run that fast. So again, this is new technology. It has faults. We gave it credit as the boogeyman for some verses in Revelation. Don't give it credit. It's a machine. It does calculations. Even the math that it doesn't do right. I've corrected the math on AI. I said, you're supposed to be a supercomputer. How can you not multiply 49 times 7? Like, come on. So again, I'm just saying, use it like you would, you're searching the web for an article. It does it. It gives you a big spiel, and then it blends them all together. Again, I'm
not saying it's a tool. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying, don't be afraid of it.
I'm not afraid of it. I fear God. I don't fear stuff like that. I'm just saying they don't believe the lies about it. It does not learn. It does not repent when it's wrong. It does not accept the fact that it could be wrong. It just repeats the same lies over and over again.
Mine says, I'm sorry, Joseph, I'll try and do better next time.
Yeah, and then it does.
And I forgive it.
And it doesn't. But that's Tom's whole point. But it doesn't do better. So it's not learning. It's not learning. It's not doing better. It's not going to turn into the super monster that we think it's going to turn into. It's not going to take over humanity. It's not going to destroy us. That's what he's trying to say.
That's what I'm trying to say, yes. But I also, I want to put in here something that I overlooked that Rose was quick to point out here. Haha, but today's iPhones are listening. So, my great grandmother had something to be afraid of.
And the
TV. I used to go to Epcot, and when it first opened up, we were there the first or second year that Epcot opened up. And one of the tours was going through Space Mountain, and in Space Mountain, they had these people on the moon, Mars, Saturn, and they were talking to each other on their television sets, right? So remember, this was somewhere when did Epcot open?
You're
early
old.
70s, late 70s, we just switched from black and white TV to color. And then within that 10 years, Epcot opened up. And now they're talking on TVs. And Star Trek, I don't think was even started yet. And they're talking on TV. That was so cool, so futuristic, so modern. And here we are now, we get really annoyed when it doesn't work. Like stupid piece of junk, right? Again, I'm just saying AI is not all that great to be, that is cracked up to be, but it's a tool, just another
It's a
tool.
tool,
So
right.
use it in your arsenal to learn Torah, but also double check everything it says, because it's almost like it creates more work for me.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. Maybe find out information about what's going on, but not learn Torah. That's me though.
To me, the truth about AI is that it is telling lies because that's what it researches and finds. It doesn't
Right.
know how to distinguish. So it's
Yeah.
not that it's lying of its own accord, just like it pulled up one time when I asked it something, it pulled up all of stuff from your work. You know, you're the only person that it could bring any information from, but that was the truth, you know, and that's all AI can do. It can't.
But then
think
it
for
also
itself.
said that Joe's material wasn't well researched.
It didn't.
And it wasn't credible research. And I said, but what makes something
It
credible?
wasn't peer reviewed.
Peer reviewed, yes. It's
And
not
what makes it-
credible because it's not peer reviewed.
Yes.
You know, back in my
And-
day, we had 2 or 3 people on a line, so you could eavesdrop. You know,
Yes.
you could
Back in my
listen
day
to-
too.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, well, you know,
So
peer
let me-
reviewed doesn't count because it's all based on money.
So on that note, let's wrap up this recording, and we're going to say
It was already-
shalom to everybody. I'm going to ask Glenn to do the closing prayer, but before I do, again, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are listening, we have a midrash. Sometimes it gets heated. Sometimes I cut people off, try and keep them in line, and people's toes get stepped on. But at the end of the meeting, we're going to make sure that we still love each other. And everyone still loves me because I'm just lovable. But that's the whole purpose of a midrash, to argue passionately, but at the end of it, still love each other. And we're trying to learn Torah. So those of you that are listening, that's what we're doing. Those of you that want to make comments in the comment section of the YouTube, go ahead, do that. But remember, at the end of it, we got to love each other. So you can disagree, but you know, we're still supposed to be brethren. So
And I
remember
just
that.
want to say, if you have been offended, bring that to the attention of somebody in the leadership group so that we can help resolve troubles. Why? Because we're a family. And if we don't know that you've been hurt or offended, how does somebody apologize if we don't know? So if you have been hurt or offended, please tell somebody in leadership. We will work with you to help resolve the trouble between you and the other person.
I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, well,
Who's
just
talking
remember
about you?
something. None of the offense is on
Not sorry.
purpose. All it is somebody has taken something improperly. It's not malicious.
Glenn,
Yes.
would you close, please?
Yes. Father in heaven, thank you for this wonderful midrash talking about idols and images, and bottom line, we want to focus on you. We want to focus on the truth. You are the truth, the way, the light, the tree of life, the bread of life. You are life. And we just love to talk about you and learn about you. And that way we can easily determine what's counterfeit and who is not of the light. And we ask you, we thank you for bringing us all here this week. We ask you to do the same for next week. Get us through this week in the world. Give us health, keep us safe, get us through to the next Sabbath. And we love you and thank you. All the glory and honor is yours. Amen.
Amen. And we're not here because any of us are super smart. We're here because Jehovah called us. He called each one of us. And why he called Glenn? I asked 100 times, why would you call Glenn?
Me
And
too.
he keeps saying he needs them. I said, what part of the body do we need Glenn in?
Just remember,
I,
the butt counts too, you know.
I know, but I'm just saying, we're all different parts of the body, and we need each other to function better. So, we've gone through the Torah terror stage, the terrible threes, the terrible twos. Now we got to start working as a body, because we need each other during this last push that's coming. You can see it coming. It's coming everywhere. We need to be helping each other, working together as best we can, and just help each other. And that requires, I gotta love Glenn.
Yeah. You have to.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna say goodbye. Go puke here, but no. Anyway, but we also have fun and poke fun at each other. So with that, I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom. Thank you, everybody. Like us, share us, and leave a comment. And welcome to the family. Okay, stop the recording. It's me that's got to do that. Oh,
Yep.
wrong button. Stop the recording. And go into
YouTube stop.
YouTube and turn you off. How do I turn that off? Okay, where do I turn that off?
If you just go to the website and you can just
Live stream.